Greetings, this is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. We find that the world that we live in sometimes seems random and chaotic, but in truth, the world that we live in is the result of a formula that every creature in this dimension inherently knows how to process. In fact, we can boil it down to this: conceptual combination plus words equals the power to create reality. Conceptual combination plus words equals the power to create reality. So what is conceptual combination? We know what words are, right? These sounds that stream out of our mouths, out of our throats, and we give labels to. These are words combined with, or I should say added to, conceptual combination. What are concepts? What are concepts? And how is it that conceptual combinations plus words equal the power to create reality? Think about that for just a second. Peace and greetings, Genesee. Peace, peace, Wild Harmony. Peace, MC Maestro. Discover the hero within. Peace. Lance Benefield. Peace, peace. Phoenix Wolfette. Peace. Dicky. Peace. So, if you're interested, personally I've been going through a lot of emotions, and I can never find myself just stopping. I have to keep going. So if I'm feeling emotions, I also feel that I need answers. So I went back into my archives and I started studying this book. This book is called How Emotions Are Made. It's by Lisa Feldman Barrett. You can easily find this on Amazon if you're interested in it. How Emotions Are Made. This was recommended to me by the teacher known as David Snyder. And if you're able to get through the book, or at least through a couple of chapters, you'll find some very insightful information on how emotions are made, on how the mind processes reality. And what I found to be very eye-opening for me today is chapter 5. And in chapter 5, she talks about concepts, goals, and words. And that's what I want to kind of get into today. As I stated, the quote from the book is, conceptual combination plus words equals the power to create reality. So, to really get started with this, today's video, I want to talk about concepts. I want to talk about how we build them. I want to talk about conceptual combination, and also what this all has to do with emotions, what this has to do with your spiritual journey, and all this other stuff. I mean, think about it. When you first embark upon this path to become something better, greater, bigger, you were only able to do so because you had a concept introduced to you. If you don't have the concept for a thing, you can't possibly replicate it. Let's talk about rainbows. Let's talk about rainbows. Lance Benefield says deep. We didn't even get deep yet. So let's talk about rainbows. If you're listening to this chat, give me a rainbow emoji. Give me a rainbow emoji in the chat so that I can see that you're listening, that you're here with me. Okay, there we go. Discover the Hero Within says she also has an excellent book on the brain, 7.5 lessons about the brain. Okay? I'm looking forward to checking that out. I really enjoy her style as an author. She goes the extra mile to help make sure that you understand her concepts. Okay, so we got a couple of rainbows in the chat. Great. Now, when we think about a rainbow, we see just that, just what is displayed. This arch beam of color. And you've got the red band, the orange band, the yellow band, the green band, and the blue band, right? That describes a rainbow. Different bands of color, side by side. But the truth is, have you ever seen a rainbow in real life? Does it look like that? Does it look like this clean-cut beam of a red band, an orange band, a yellow band, green, blue, purple? Does it look like that in real life? A rainbow, in fact, is a continuous spectrum, right? If you look at it and you analyze it, it's a continuous spectrum. Fuck analyzation. If you just look at it, it doesn't look like the emoji. All the colors blend into one another. There are no borders. There are no bands. Yet, we have a concept. That Spinfield says, Stairway to Heaven. Perhaps. But just look at it without, let's start from the beginning. Take away your concepts, right? That rainbow being a stairway to heaven, that's a concept. Take that away. Stop. Let's start from scratch. Look at the rainbow as it is. It's literally just light reflecting upon water, crystals, whatever the scientists say, who cares? But what you see with your eyes is this weird phase of light that graduates from one color to the next. There's no solid bands. There's no solid spectrum. But the fact that we see it as that, we might look at a rainbow in real life and come back and draw a rainbow just like this emoji. We'll do that because we have these concepts of color. We have concepts of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. We have those concepts. And because we have those concepts in our mind, we apply them to what we see. It's not actually there. But because it's a concept, we apply it to reality. And if that's not a good enough example, let's talk about speech, communication. I'm literally just vibrating sound out of my mouth. It's just... Have you ever listened to a different language? You ever listen to someone speak Russian? Or someone speak French, Italian, Arabic? Some different language that you may have never heard of? It literally sounds like they're just making sounds with their throat. But the fact of the matter is, when you listen to your native language, when you listen to the native language that you've been born into and conditioned, you hear words. You hear words because we have concepts. We have concepts of language that we use to categorize the these sounds into something that makes sense, right? So a lot of you are very into anime, right? A lot of you are into anime. And I don't know a lot, but I know that when anime first comes out, it's still in Japanese before it's translated. So you'll watch the anime and you'll read the subtitles, but if you listen, you don't know what the fuck they're saying. Now, if you're astute, if you're someone who pays attention, you can start to apply certain sounds with certain concepts. But ultimately, sight and sound is nothing but an overwhelming flow of never-ending data. And the only fact that we're able to give a semblance of sanity, the only way that we're able to present ourselves as an adult who knows what they're doing in life, is because we have categories to put these sights and sounds in, to translate them into a map of the territory. Yes, no, maybe so. Trey in, peace. I'm not even gonna attempt to butcher that last name. Proteus, seer of eons. Peace, bro, peace. Prince Cthulhu, peace. Ali 91, peace. MC Maestro says, cheetah making meaning attached to sound. Yes. Yamaika says, Catching the Light by author Zajong was eye-opening. Jay Balhael says, I always wondered how English sounds when you don't know how to speak it and haven't really heard it before. Well, it's easy. Just listen to a different language, any other language, because everybody would feel the same way. Someone who speaks Russian would say, I wonder what it's like for someone who's never heard Russian before, or someone who's Italian, whatever. There's so many different languages. Entity Cause 1, peace. Discover the Hero Within says, Trav, if you haven't yet, check out the book Deviate, The Science of Seeing Differently by Bo Lato. He's a neuroscientist, and that book is about perception. I think you'd really appreciate it. Okay? I will check it out. The Science of Seeing Differently. Let me write that down. Hold on just a second. Science of Seeing Differently. And also Catching the Light. Anna Molly. LD says your energy seems low. I mean, obviously. I made a video about it. Oh, wow. Kashigi says, Trav, I'm like 10 minutes late, but I don't know if you know, the audio sounds like your mic is far away. Wow. Okay, thank you for that. There we go. How about now? This should be a whole lot better. Testing, testing, let me know. Damn, how the hell were you all able to hear me if my microphone was not even working in the first place? Is it lip reading? Is it telepathy? That's crazy. Thank you, Kashigi. I'll tell you what, this right here that I'm about to say has nothing to do with the topic of the video, but like I really have to say it because it's on my heart, and it's been on my heart for a very long time. Fuck social media. I really don't like doing this at all. I don't like having to keep up with Instagram. I don't like having to keep up with TikTok trends or shorts or reels or any of that stuff. To me, it is an utter waste of time. It's very stressful, and sometimes it makes me angry. I hate it. And I hate the fact that if you are a social media person, you have to do 16-second, 15-second social media stuff. If I could change it, I most definitely would. It's exhausting. Now, I'm certain that with the advent of artificial intelligence, I'll find a way to circumvent these feelings, but, bro, I hate having to do the social media dance. I'd much rather just make content when I feel inspired to make it. But I understand that if you're not constantly making content, you quickly become irrelevant. But with that being said, we'll get back to the topic of discussion here. And by the way, are any of you content creators? Do any of you have to fucking go through this process of having to scramble to come up with the next meme tomorrow, and the next day, and the next day, and the next day, with no break? I don't know how some of these people do it. Like, I guess they pay other people to do it for them, but I'm literally a one-man show here. And I love making content. Don't get me wrong. I love making content. I love making videos. I love doing this. But I hate the fact that it has to be condensed into 15 seconds and it has to be pumped 3 times a day. Peace, Veronica. Peace, Allura.
Hey, Trav. Sorry about your meme issues, man. I'm sorry, buddy. That shit sucks, man. I mean, that's why I wouldn't say I'm a content creator. I have my YouTube channel and I treat it sort of like my like, this is what I'm learning. Join along if you want. Like it's never really like on the level that you're doing it, almost like you're on like that. It's like career. So you have different things that you're implementing all the time, such as the meme stuff, right? And I don't know how you do it, man. Like I don't even like props, so maybe first of all give yourself some grace in the fact that you are able to come up with like 15-second little blurbs here and there that are constantly bouncing off of your thoughts or whatever, and it's always relevant to what's going on in all of our lives, for sure. Yeah, man, this might just be one of those things where you just like gotta do it. Yeah, I don't know. Could you put it on a cycle? Could you have like an 8-week cycle thing, maybe? Where you're like, I'll use these categories of memes per cycle, per week or whatever.
I could, but I don't work like that. I don't work like that. I could whip myself and spank myself. I'm not gonna do it. I'm just not gonna do that.
Yeah. I understand. I wouldn't either, probably. Yeah. I don't know, man.
But like I said, that's not what I wanted to make this video about. I just had to get that off my chest because God bless America. I stopped saying goddamn. I say God bless. Because the power of word is very important. And that's what I did want to make today's video about. The fact that we have the introduction sentence was from a book. I don't know if you saw. It's called How Emotions Are Made. And the author is Lisa Feldman Barrett. And basically within this book, she talks about, it's very high level. She goes very much in depth. But in one particular chapter, she says that conceptual combination plus words equals the power to create reality. So I wanted to get into conceptual combination. Just reading some of the comments here. Visual OD says go Green Goblin mode. Listen, Green Goblin mode is the answer for many things, but it's not the answer for everything. I had to learn that the hard way. Green Goblin mode is not the answer for everything. Tremari, vocal harmony. Okay, now I know who you are. Peace, bro. Peace. Okay, so let's get back to the lesson at hand. So we're talking about conceptual combination. Conceptual combination plus words equals the power to create reality. So let me explain. We talked about rainbows and how when we think of a rainbow, we think of a clear-cut beam of light in 7 colors. But in truth, in actuality, it doesn't look like that. The brain, the mind, imposes categories upon that rainbow so that it looks like something that we can become familiar with. The very same thing is happening with language. We hear sounds and vibrations coming out of people's mouths. It's just sound. But because we have categories called words, called language, we can break those sounds down into something that we can understand. Now, the reason I'm pointing this out is because, number one, it has a lot to do with emotions. But number two, it has a lot to do with your magic. It has a lot to do with your magic. If nothing else, if you're a student of this, the word correspondence should be ringing off like a bell. One thing that I always say is that you've got to build up your library of correspondences. So here's the thing. Without concepts, we cannot learn. We would be absolutely blind. There would be nothing but chaos. Nothing but chaos. And we would be incapable of learning. Consider being in a world where you don't have concepts. All you have is data streaming in. And what makes this so important is that the brain's job is to predict based upon these concepts. It's the brain's job to predict based upon these concepts. So when you go out into the world, you see people, you see objects, you perceive situations. We're describing the faculty of ego here. This is the faculty of ahamkara. And guess what? If you don't know the concept of ahamkara, what I just said doesn't make sense. But because you've been studying the Vedic stuff and you understand that definition of ego according to the East, what I'm talking about now should fall right into place. So here's the formula here. Concepts, right? The concepts that you've built, they create meaning. And that meaning is what gives you your perception. Concepts create meaning, and the meaning gives you your perception. What makes this whole thing significant is that this is why we're dealing with the illusion. This is why we're dealing with Maya. You're dealing with a world of your own construction. The reality that you live in right now is a reality of your construction and no one else's. Because what you have is based upon the meaning that you gave it, and those meanings are based upon the fundamental concepts that you've experienced. In other words, that's another way to say the map is not the territory. One of the most famous quotes of NLP is, "The map is not the territory." But what we're talking about is the fact that you and your consciousness, your slice of consciousness, your drop of consciousness, is being exposed to matter. Now, based upon the concepts that you have in place, you take that matter, you give it definition, and that definition becomes your perception. And your perception is your map. It's not the territory, it's the map. Let me know if you're with me so far. Peace. We grow natural family. Peace to you. All right, so I want to give two definitions here. Again, right now, I'm just giving some praise and shout out to this book because it's been helpful to me in this particular time frame. I'm a very logical person, so I need logical answers. This world of emotion can be quite foreign. How Emotions Are Made by Lisa Feldman Barrett. One of the things that she says about the definitions of category and concepts, what she says about category is, we define category as a collection of objects, events, and actions that are grouped together as equivalent for some purpose. So a collection of objects, events, and actions that are grouped together as equivalent for some purpose. So in the chat right now, give me some categories. This is easy, but I just want to make sure that we're on the same page. Give me some examples of categories. And while you do that, this is what she says about concept. Because in the beginning I said, conceptual combination plus words equals the power to create reality. What she defines as concept is a mental representation of a category. right? So what we just said was that a category was a collection of objects, events, and actions that are grouped together as equivalent for some purpose. All right, so we have that. A concept is a mental representation of a category. And here's the key. Categories exist in the world. Categories exist outside within matter. Concepts exist within the mind. So when you're doing your meditations about Shakti versus Shiva, understand one is the world and one is the mind. Categories exist out there, concepts exist within here. MC Maestro says examples of categories would be elementals, music, vehicles. Right. And within each one of those categories, we can list several different concepts, several different representations. Earth elementals, fire elementals, water elementals, rap music, country music, classical music, vehicles, two-door cars, four-door trucks, all types of vehicles. Right? Okay, so we're building the foundation here for the idea that conceptual combination plus words equals the power to create reality. So what is a concept? A concept is a mental representation of a category. So what is conceptual combination? If a concept is a mental representation of a category, what is conceptual combination? Perhaps being able to combine different categories.
Combine it, but to be compatible to each other.
Okay. So, for those of you who are listening, and you might not be driving right now, go ahead and grab a piece of paper and something to write with, because there is an exercise that I want you to go through. And perhaps we'll do it a second time. But for now, understand that when we talk about these concepts, know these two things. The brain downplays the difference between, the brain downplays the difference within the category, right? So let's think about color. And the category here is, we'll think about red. Notice whenever you see something dark red or light red or medium red, you still call it red. So the brain doesn't give you much flack about variation within the category. It may be deep red, it may be light red, burgundy, it may be, almost pink but still red. Your brain will still say red. We consider them equivalent as long as the differences are within the category. That's number one. Number two is the fact that we magnify the differences between members and non-members of the category. In other words, we perceive firm boundaries. So while you might look at a rose that's deep, dark, burgundy red, almost brown, right? And you might see something that's bright red or even light red. You're still going to call it red at first glance. And you put that next to something pink, next to something green, something blue. We magnify the differences between somebody within the category and somebody without the category. Once again, this relates to your emotions, and this also relates to your spiritual journey, your experiences, the spirits you deal with, the dreams that you receive, things that we find similar and within a category, we lump it all together and we call it correspondence. Do you understand how the psychology here is relating to the magic?
Trav, I have a question.
Yes.
Could you go back over if the brain, so if the brain, if we're talking about the category of colors and the brain focuses on the red, then you're saying that it will just register it as a red versus, like, do you mind explaining those differences again and how it magnifies its focus on a subcategory within the category versus like the specific, right? Do you mind going over that again?
Absolutely. Great question. Do you have mellow mushroom where you are?
No.
You have Pizza Hut?
Yeah.
For us over in the southeast, we have a place called Mellow Mushroom, and they're like trippy psychedelic, and you think that if you get mushrooms on your pizza, you might trip. But anyways, it's a pizza shop. So the table over there may have gotten artichoke and feta, and over here they got sausage and bacon and pig flesh. When you look at both tables, you're gonna say pizza, right?
Yeah.
So here the context is that the slight differences may exist, but overall what we're seeing is pizza. What we're identifying is pizza. Versus if you were to take this to Taco Bell, there's going to be a stark difference. Now you could say on a higher category, oh, it's all restaurants, it's all fast food. But specifically, when you're looking at these different pizzas, you're going to call them pizzas, no matter what the slight difference is between them. Likewise, if you see dark red, light red, medium red, you're going to call it red at first glance, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because it's all in the same category. Pizza is a category. Steak, whether it's rare, medium rare, burnt to a crisp, it's still going to be a steak.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, like, for example, for the colors, but you were saying that if I'm registering red as a color, I'm just going to see it as red. I have the pink, I have the whatever, but I might first just still see that as red. Or if I see something else in that category. So, like, say I compare the red and the yellow, even though they're different colors, my brain is still automatically going to link them in the colors category. So even though I register that they're different colors, that's not going to matter so much if I'm looking at the category of colors as a whole. Like, pretty much because I fit yellow in there with red, my brain is basically telling me that they're the same because they're in the same category.
Okay, so yeah, that's actually the next part that we're going to get into. So on one hand, we categorize based on similarity, but what you're talking about as far as the red versus the yellow versus pizza and Taco Bell, now there's another additive, and that's the goal. What's your end goal? The mind is working automatically to categorize things, and part of that categorization process is the goal. So if our goal is to see color, we're going to lump red, yellow, green, whatsoever all together. The goal is the meta program, right? The goal is the meta program. But just for definitions purposes, we start out by lumping things into categories. And when we start adding a personal goal to it, a personal context to it, those categories now start to add together. And that's what I was saying in the beginning about the fact that conceptual combination plus word equals the power to create reality.
Hey, what's going on?
Peace, stuff, dog. How you been?
Hey, stuff.
Man, what's going on, man? I'm good. I'm good. How are y'all?
great.
Hey, oh, good, good. Hey, I was just gonna just add to what Trav was saying. This is akin to how we come up as children, right? Like we group things together and as it's like just random things, but they all kind of have a like a overarching theme, you know, and then you kind of start to zoom things in, start to zoom into like the 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 end of the close differences and stuff, you know, and that's the process of growing up, you know, starting to differentiate stuff even more into smaller and smaller categories. I'm sorry, I just wanted to see if I'm getting close to what you're saying, if that makes sense.
Yo, peace stuff, dog. Peace, everybody. Just want to say, hey, glad to see you guys back on
Peace.
this shit.
Hey.
Peace, bro. Peace, bro. Peace, bro.
Back on the work, man. Peace, secretary.
I didn't
Hi,
mean
you
to
guys.
stop.
Sorry, I'm driving, but I'm hi. I'm listening to all of you.
Peace, Kate. I don't know if you heard me earlier, but I said peace to you.
Oh, hello.
I'm
And I
sorry, Trav. I didn't mean to break up your flow. I was just wondering if I was on the if I was on the if I was following.
Oh,
no, you're perfectly fine. I didn't expect to have so many people on, so I'm putting my headphones on so I can hear better.
I think you're well, I'll let for Trav to respond to that, but I mean, I heard you stuff like I would agree that that's what I'm getting from this is like because it's essentially like it because what he's saying is that it depends on the goal, right? So it's like you're saying is when we are little, we have a collection of events that we categorize one way, but as we get older, we start to relate to the different things to the events that created those categories in different ways that then create other categories and then we like you're saying or so I'm registering it as that like now we're that's how we begin to differentiate and then create ultimately our perception of the world.
Exactly. Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying. Yeah, that's the like he was saying the end goal. We could say that, you know, the collection of events that, you know, lead up like for me, example, take me or you, you know, your life, you know, those are collection of events seem small or seem they would all seem if you were just telling them to somebody, they would all seem like not connected, you know what I'm saying? But when we look at it as an overarching life, you know, that's the goal, like Trav was saying, but all of those smaller events that happen to make you a Laura, those are those conceptual what did you say? What was the term?
Actual combinations.
Conceptual combinations, yes. So this could be done with anything. And that's where you get the correspondences, and that's where the correspondence um, um, link comes in, is that this is how the mind works anyway. This is how life works anyway.
Hey, can I
Right.
tap into this?
Mm-hmm.
This is really cool, guys. I can't. Am I able to hear? I have my headphones in. It's weird.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I got you, bro.
All right, cool. Conceptual comp. All right, so we're dealing with like you're saying on like even with okay the things that we do when we're younger. It sounds like we're talking about how days have. I've been talking to a lot of elders. I talked to my grandpa about this, and I asked him as an elder about some questions, you know, and there's certain things or like we talk. I'm listening. Very simple. I talk to my own life about questions, you know, where there's certain things that we are going upon daily basis, right? And as we did something as a youth, how does that come into us as an adult, right? Certain processes. I like to use a word right now. It's called processes and procedures, right? There's certain processes we do, and there's a procedure that has a what could I call it? A outcome that could have off of it, right? I'm kind of realizing that the outcome is something that we are looking for as magicians, as like, how can we use certain word plays, certain like we said, meta frameworks, right? These are very important things that we like. I don't know, I'm jumping gun to myself, but I just got off done listening to you guys talk about last week's stuff, bro. Fire, you know. So the meta framework is I was go ahead, Trav. Sorry.
No, you go ahead.
I was just saying, like, the meta framework is I'm very shy to this conversation. Honestly, I'm very. I feel like I have a little bit of understanding of it, but it's like how we perceive our own understandings. It's all about, like, they also about correspondence. I love it. Correspondence is everything, how we correspond our own feelings and how they work up. I think Stuff Dog said it. I can't remember the word. You said something very specific. Where it brought me up with overarching what I wrote it down actually. The overarch, you said. And we work on certain feelings, certain archetypes, certain emotions, how they affect us, My childhood affected me. How can I affect it? How can I affect myself now to be effective now? And there's a lot of stuff that goes in between the different processes, how we choose to recognize or not recognize. I'm realizing, there's so many things. Like, I listen so much. You guys are talking so deeply already, and it's like 5 seconds in it, but it's very interesting how we go through life not understanding things, but like even Laura said it last time I listened, and when the time comes to be able to apply it, even the simple of doing the overpsychic arc, doing certain things. How can I be what's the word I want to use? Consciously, unconsciously aware, or what would we call that? Subconsciously aware. I don't know. I did. I appreciate you guys because I listen, man. It's great to have everybody back.
No doubt, man. No doubt. Trav, I didn't mean to derail your thing. You had you said pencil and paper. I just was trying to make sure that I was following the concept right, so I could follow the exercise properly. That's all. I apologize for the stalling. You had the whole thing you was doing. Carry on, please, sir.
I think it fits. Because, like, what I want to present here is that this is what psychologists have said about how our mind works. And the whole reason I'm looking into this is because I'm dealing with emotions and I want to understand why and how I can make sense of them. And this also applies to what we're doing with our spiritual work. For example, we're talking about categories, and the exercise that I'm talking about, we're going to deal with these categories. But think about these categories. If you walk into my living room, you're going to see this dining room table, and in fact, it hasn't been used for dining in years because, well, I turned it into an altar. But imagine you're a random person that moves in as a roommate, and you see a Tibetan singing bowl, you see a bunch of candles and skulls, you see a bunch of books, like, you see a bunch of things that may not be specifically related to them. Yet to me, all these things have an extremely common purpose, right? If you look at your altar right now, if you were able to see the objects on your altar from someone else's point of view, like your next door neighbor or your ultra Christian auntie, if they were to come in and look at your altar, do you think they'd be able to connect the same dots between all the objects on your altar? Yes or no?
100% no.
Hell no.
100% no. I have dealt with this. I think it's friendly. Wild. Guys, sorry, Travis. Apologize.
And at the same time, if we were to enter into their lives, into their homes, into their private spaces, there's probably things going on within their atmosphere that we would look at and not make sense of. Like, what I'm saying is that this is a human thing. This isn't a special, like, oh, I'm a special occultist, I'm a special spiritualist. Like, everybody, each one of us, like, nobody goes into my room. Nobody goes into my bathroom. Nobody enters my space whatsoever. And I'm certain if they did, they'd have questions. They'd have questions, right? Is that the same for you? Is there stuff within your personal space that you just know beyond a shadow of a doubt people wouldn't make the same conceptual connections, the same conceptual combinations? Give me an example. Somebody tell me about your private space that to you makes 100,000% sense, but you know, if Chicken George next door were to come through, they might call the police. Or the pastor, at least.
Bro, you see this lightsaber?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Bro, I have my neighbors, not even talking about just coming into my private space. Sometimes I take my activities outside, right? And but I do this like late at night, you know what I'm saying? And so I this is a part of it right here. This thing right here, you know, this is a part of some of my practices, you know what I'm saying? My saber that I got here. And my neighbors, they just sit around and they'll be looking at me through the windows, but I know they're thinking this dude is crazy as hell. You know what I'm saying? But it's not even, I mean, I wouldn't even imagine them coming in here and seeing this space. And it's like, you know, just thinking that I was a sane person after leaving here. You know what I'm saying? But you know, I understand this is just the nature of the path. You know what I'm saying? This is what correspondences are. You know, so I was just showing off my saber, man. That's all.
That shit is fire, bro. I feel it.
Where'd you get it from?
This Jedi I've ever seen.
Yeah, but
Double sword?
Jedi! We can't trust him. Oh, he's neutral.
Oh, yeah. The meme where they're judging them based off the lightsaber?
Yeah, I'm great. I'm a great Jedi. I just keep it on the Sith colors, man. You know, I'm journeying through life trying to figure out the dark spaces. You need red.
Oh, you just made me remember something I wanted to tell you guys. Oh, I'm gonna hold it for later. I'm gonna hold it for later for a good conversation. Jeez, you just made me think of something.
You better write it down.
No, I don't need to write this one down. This is something I already asked you already. All right now.
All right. So what I want you also to consider is that concept. When we think about this concept, right? We talked about categories. We talked about concept. The concept is your personal dictionary definition describing the features and qualities of a thing, right? We talked about how the concept is the representative of a category. But what modern science has found is that a better explanation of a concept, get this, is the best example of its category prototype. The best example of a concept is the best example of its category prototype. So think about, if I were to talk about the category of love, what's your best example prototype that comes to mind? If I talk about war, what's the best example prototype that comes to mind? If I talk about...
I got you. Most people are going to say Oshun and Horus or different Greek gods or whatever situation. You know what I mean?
If they were advanced, hell yeah.
Oh
But
yeah, I'm not even.
Ain't nobody
that's
advanced.
Shit.
Nobody's advanced. They're gonna say something else. Come on, let's think about the
shit.
general.
I'm sorry.
Come on now.
I'm sorry.
Let's think about.
But you're right, Travis. Most people are going to say the basic simple thing, you know?
Right.
That's the difference. I already know what you're about to say, bro. I'm sorry.
I mean, if I think about the category of love, right? I'm going to think about the first girl that I actually fell in love with. That's going to be my prototype. And why is that important?
Because of how a specific point in our reality that we have personally came to what I'll use the word as. See, that would be the first time, you know, which is something that holds a stain, I'll call it, on somebody's personality. You know what I mean? It's something that holds something true.
It's important because the next time I fall in love, or anytime I want to fall in love, I'm gonna base it on my prototype. Think about your prototype for success. When you think about the concept of success, you got a prototype in your head. Is it an athlete? Is it a musician? Is it a dope dealer? Is it an internet entrepreneur? You've got a prototype for success in your head based on the first time you saw it, which means you will never accept success until you've reached what you consider that prototype has reached.
Wow.
Hey, what about something like in our physical reality that has reached that status? Like you call everything that come after it, even though it's made by a different company, by this name. Like say, think about like in the gun world, AR-15. People think that stands for assault rifle, but it actually stands for armor light. You know what I'm saying? So this has become
What?
Yeah, it's the name of a company.
Yeah, throw that one back again because I gotta hear that one. I never heard that one. What?
I was talking about something like not even that. I mean, think about something that has become synonymous with the entire scope of the things that come after that. You know, so I know it's some other things like we call all of the things in that category like super glue or say duct tape.
Oh,
You know, like duct tape.
So you're talking about. Okay, sorry.
Coke, iPod.
Yeah.
There you go. Yes.
Oh. So I got
cell
I got
phone
some right now.
or any of that
I got
stuff.
some right now.
Not cell phone, but go ahead, brother. I'm sorry.
Now I got someone that's going to give a juice that right off a book off of lately. I'm gonna tell you, Travis gave me this book. I ain't gonna say the name of the book, but if we have everything is going to be destroyed or going to be able to be gained into society, right? What is useful and appropriate, right? If it's not useful, it's going to die in society. It's not going. Come on, man. Like if squeezing lemons out for a lemonade ain't gonna do the job, then why the fuck am I going to do it? I'm sorry. It's a faster and a better way to get lemonade. Or see now, where's the quality of now? This is the question of correspondence. This is the fine tuned thing I can give you, right? Now I can give you good home school lemonade from a little kid at the block, or you can get Bill Gates lemonade. This is the point where I think we're separating at. What is useful and what is appropriate. because they're both lemonade. What's better for you? And you have to decide that. And I dropped the bomb at that.
Okay, so the third part of what I'm presenting here is that when you understand these concepts and these categories, the third aspect is the goal, right? We automatically categorize, which means by default we will automatically have a prototype for a concept. But without a goal, it's just pure data. We're just looking at pure data, which isn't too different from not being able to decipher anything at all. You've probably heard these stories as well, where people talk about Native Americans and how the white Europeans came in these big ass ships that the Native Americans have never seen before, and they couldn't see them no matter if they were looking at them because they didn't have the concept. You've heard that story before?
Yeah.
Yep. 100%.
I understand that too. It's like buying a new car, right? And seeing it on the road. Yeah, so yeah, it's the same process as like, you become aware. It don't mean it's not there. It's just it becomes in your purview, in your view, it becomes open to you. But that don't mean it wasn't there.
It's always
we bring
there.
We bring it even closer and think about each of us as an infant child. According to psychologists, because not a damn one of us remember, but as infants, they say infants cannot decipher a human face. They don't know anything. They're just looking around googly-eyed, drooling at the mouth, pissing and shitting everywhere. But over time, they start to get the concept of a human face. They see two eyes, a nose, and a mouth. And they see that repeatedly. Wow. Once they build that concept, they start to build other concepts. Mama, daddy. And if you've had kids before, this hasn't happened with me specifically, but has there been times where your child thought that every man was daddy, every woman was mama? It's not personal. It's because they're associating female and male, right? And it may not.
Sorry, no, I'm gonna let you go, brother, because I have a question. I'm gonna just wait to ask this, John, because you got it, because he's saying it.
It may not even be like mama and daddy, but like just like what Stuff Dog said, this is how the human brain works. Like, it's not a fault on you. In fact, what I'm suggesting is that if we become aware of these mental processes, we can start to relieve ourselves of the stress. Me specifically, I can start to relieve my stress of being sad and not knowing why I'm sad, being angry and not knowing why I'm angry, identifying when I'm having success and knowing why I feel this way. The same way that I see a bottle of soda and say a Coke, the same way that I see a digital MP3 player and say iPod, it's the same way that you can start to feel certain feelings within your body. Maybe you're low of energy, maybe you don't feel like doing something, maybe you're tired, and you can say, oh, depression. Maybe your palms are sweaty, you're shaking a little bit, you're nervous, and you can say, oh, I'm afraid, I'm in fear, right? Notice how instead of analyzing the components, we jump to a prototype to define our experience. The human ego is impatient. It's impatient. It must have an answer today, right now, in this moment. Fuck the research. What does this mean right now? My heart's beating. That must mean I'm excited. That must mean I'm scared. But what if that wasn't the truth? What if the truth is whatever you label the experience as? That's what I'm saying. And the labeling is based on the concept that you've built, which is the representative of the categories.
Right. Like irrational fears. Like if you have an overarching fear of dogs, if a puppy run in, you know what I'm saying? Like, I got a cousin like that. She just loses her mind, and it's a 2-week-old puppy, but her concept is so out of control in her mind of fear of dogs that, like, and she'll kill the dog, like the 2-week puppy, she'll stomp it to death. Like, it's that crazy, and you cannot bring her out of it. But I understand exactly what you're talking about. And I was wondering, when you said the human ego is impatient, could that be somewhat connected to reality being created every second? Like, so since reality is like, it's not there's no such thing as the future, there's only the such thing as the next moment. Since that's the case, and that's such a big job to build the next moment, could that be a reason why the ego is so impatient and trying to come up with an answer right now? Just asking.
Can I tell you a story I went through? Personal. You triggered me.
Hold on.
So
Can I get hold on? Let me get an answer real quick for that.
Go ahead, I'm gonna give you a blessing.
Okay, so again, that actually touches on the next section that I wanted to talk about. So here's the thing. Prototypes, concepts, categories. Okay, we're not born with prototypes. When we're born as human beings, we're born with functionality. We're born with the potential to process data. That's what we're born with. We're not born with dogs mean this, redheads mean this, men mean this. We were born with the potentiality to do the processing. So here's the thing. If there are no prototypes in the brain, how are we able to identify so easily situations like that? Like, how is it that we're so easy to do that? So here's the thing. I'm going to just get into one example real quick. Describe sad. Somebody describes depression. What does that mean?
Depression is what you described to me as a state of somebody going to a repetitive state of like, whatever depression is, a lack of not feeling worth for somebody.
Give me some symptoms. Give me symptoms. Symptoms of it.
They feel down. They feel depressed. Okay. They feel lack of not wanting some things.
How do you identify those symptoms? How do you identify those symptoms?
Feelings in the body.
Yeah, body, 100%. Well, not everybody.
What about the body? What's the body doing?
Oh, the body is putting itself in a state. It's putting it. Oh, wow. Let's talk through. It's putting.
Is it reacting? Is it reacting to? Is the body reacting to, like you said, the concepts that you have brought as close to you as possible? Like you said, the higher, like you said, we didn't come in here knowing how to be humans. We looked at somebody to do that. It would be the same process. We looked at somebody and they told us to associate these words with this word, with this name.
So reactions were gave to us then. So my reaction was gave to me by somebody else's, like we talk about the shadow work. You know what I mean? Put that in quotations.
Another concept, right?
Oh, right there, right. So shadow works. Okay, there we go. Okay, you're right. We got a
little child, right? And the mama comes up and says, "Oh, baby, you look angry. Don't be angry," right? We had a little child who's doing a certain thing and we say, "Oh, you seem like you're angry. Are you angry? Don't be angry." This is how we program children with words and concepts. The child is starting to learn what angry means, but check this out. The child may have been experiencing different emotions in each instance, but because mama brought the word angry, conceptual combination plus word equals the power to create reality. This is what studies showed. Studies have shown, multiple studies, and you can do this if you have a kid yourself, especially if they are an infant. You can have 3 objects and you can show them that you're hiding them in 3 different places. They said that an infant's mind can roughly remember about 3 things successfully. Now, if you name those objects, they said that number doubles. A child can remember about 6 things. So you can say Dax, Zip It, Kabubi, Zipliplo. The child will start to remember it based on the concept and the word. That process does not stop as we become adults. So to continue to answer your question that you had brought up, when I asked the question about what does sad mean, what does depression mean, a lot of people describe these features of, you're slumped over, you're tired, you're frowning in your face, you're looking sad, but that's not the majority case, is it? Most of us who have been through depression, we're not frowning on our face. We're not slumped over. We try to hide it. We're smiling, right? We're trying to pretend like everything's all good. You can't determine it based off of face value. What that means is that concepts are not fixed definitions. They're not prototypes of the most common instances, right? Your brain has so many different instances throughout from when you were born until today. And this is the magic. Your mind has an experience right now, and it imposes a definition based on all the previous data and concepts and scenarios that you've had. So the magic is not that you have a prototype installed. The magic is that you create prototypes. You create prototypes.
Another question.
Wait. Yes, go ahead, please.
So if concepts are not fixed and they're the combinations of different instances, so would this kind of be related to, for example, in meditation, I don't want to smoke anymore, so I assign a gesture to that state of the high that I feel that I normally associate with smoking nicotine. Instead, I snap my fingers and I channel that state into my fingers. So then every time I'm creating the high, that gesture now becomes the new prototype for that category. Would this kind of be the same thing that you're saying about creating a concept?
Yes. Now, the key is, with every experience that we're going through, all these concepts are battling for supremacy, right? You and the finger snap mudra that you created is now guerrilla warfare face to face with. Let me just get that pack, pull one out and light it up. Those two concepts are at war. Likewise, everything that we do in life, we have these battle of concepts. And the one with the strongest emotional impact will win, unless you got a clearly developed willpower.
That's why propaganda works so well. Like when you want to, shoot, propaganda in itself, trying to sell somebody things, or because this is just the way reality is, right? I mean, this is like, you can't get over it. I mean, you can even go bigger and macro on this scale and talk about the concept of like the way humans are in the way we develop and evolve in the direction that humanity is going. There's people out here that's throwing out concepts because they want people to grab onto them and make those their conceptual, what's the word? Conceptual combinations. Yes, the conceptual combinations, and so there are creators, and then there are people. Everybody is a creator, but there are people who understand this process of creating on the macro. So they throw these things out here, and people who don't understand them grab these things and make them their top priority list because they're blasted with this information all the time because they consume this media that this information is coming out on. Or you could go to smaller scale when you're just talking about like what we consider instinct in animals, and animals start doing the same things and following the same life plans as their predecessors because they're watching them, and it's a watch how I live life, and then they carry on those traits and pass them on to their progenies.
Just like we've seen cats raised as dogs and and monkeys raised as ducks and things like that. Because when they observe their predecessors, they develop concepts, and that's how they build reality. Just like how we build reality.
Yo, that's so facts. Okay, oh, Travis, you dropping bombs on me. I can't do it. But I'm gonna do it. So remember, I'm gonna give for people that know. Remember the snake and how the cat reacts to the snake? And the cat can see a cucumber. I'm saying what I'm saying, all right? The cat can see a cucumber and react the same way that it sees a snake. Why is that? As goes with the same concept we're asking. The cucumber is something that the cat perceives as a snake. It is something that is endangering the cat and its life fundamental processes, I would say.
I think it gets a little deeper than that, bro, when you talk about the cat reacting to the cucumber. Because
it
the
does, but I
cucumber,
can't say that. I can't say it though.
No. It's not. It don't got nothing to do with like anything that's vulgar or anything. It just has to do with the cats, this being ingrained in the cat's survival plan.
Yes.
So
Yes.
it's the cat. The cat is reacting to a shape. It's not actually reacting to what it is, because it could be too slow if it waits to realize if this is a cucumber or a snake. That could be the end of life. So this has been programmed in the cat's DNA for a long time.
Yes, you got it, man. You got it. I said what I said. You got it. Yes, sir. So what I've been realizing, and in that whole cat's DNA, there's something in that cat that made it survive, right? We call, if you look up psychomancy, like Travis always says, the automatic nervous conscious system. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. The primitive autoconscious.
There you go, Travis. I'm sorry.
And it was probably the ones that were able to react this way were the ones that were able to survive. So this automatically got programmed. This automatically got programmed in the ones that came after.
In society, say it rightly. In society, because women hold society.
No, well, I mean, you could go wherever you want with the concept, but you know what I was trying to say.
That's the truth.
Okay, so look, let's take that past these labels. So again, I'm gonna recommend this book for those of you who are like actually serious about understanding the mind. This is a really good book on that concept. But what they talk about also is, aside from the mechanics of the brain, there's also a heavy factor of culture, right? So we got to think about these concepts and where they come from. They don't just come from nowhere. Culture, what she says in this book is that the brain is an artifact of culture. What does artifact mean? Somebody pull that up on Google, whatever. Artifact.
It's like
the brain is an.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Trey.
No, you go ahead. You go ahead.
I was just gonna say an artifact is like a not a remnant, but like it tells the story of a long history. You know what I'm saying? But it's like one thing. You know, so I guess the brain being an artifact of culture, because that concept right there, and then you saying it being a physical thing. I think those are one and the same. You know what I'm saying? I think those concepts are one and the same. Go ahead, Laura.
It's what's coming up for me is it's an object so there are two things that define an artifact. An object made by a human being, typically an item of cultural or historical interest. And number two, something observed in a scientific investigation or experiment that is not naturally present but occurs as a result of a preparative.
Damn.
Can I go? Can I please say something? I'm waiting. I'm waiting. Ready? This is my grandpa taught me, right? So a culture of a people, Vedic, Egyptian, Greece, American, African, Yoruba, doesn't matter, right? It is all common correspondence. Hello, right? The matter wherever fits in your story, right? These are different things where people, a certain people, has a correspondence. Bobby Hemmett said it, right? What is culture? Culture is a common correspondence of people where they have a relationship with the land, right? Or where the land means something to them, right? Culture is about the land, ain't about nothing else. Culture is the land, because if you change the land up, the culture will change, right? So we can go also back to theosophical Vedic information. How the culture changed. Yes, Travis. And it's the same fucking thing. I'm sorry for my language. I'm cursing. Oh my God. Apologize. This is the same thing. Bobby has said it. Bobby Emmett said it. Come on, man. What's the difference between the culture and my culture? See, Travis is asking a very important question. We got to figure out what's happening between the cultists of nowadays versus in the 22nd century. You hear me? Or the whatever century that motherfucker. You know what I mean? How do I talk about fucking stinks? I'm saying too much. I'm done. I'm done.
You're absolutely right. And see, one of my goals in life is to be able to speak like Jesus Christ.
Wait, hold on. Shout out to Shango.
For real?
Shout out. Hold on. I'm
calling
his
Trey.
name.
You serious?
Hold on. Shout out to Shango. Because Shango said that. And we gotta be able to speak to Paul and speak my Paul. You know what I mean?
No, hold on. That's crazy because that's one of my goals. No, serious.
That's a story of Paul.
I'm shaking my head calmly because I understand. Like somebody else will be like, "Oh my God," but I understand. That's why I'm shaking my head calmly. Yes, I'm for real.
Yeah, that's what I'm really on that shit though. Like Trev, like I'm just surprised that like, you know, I'm surprised like because it's like that got me kind of excited because I'm like on the same goal, the same journey is to just be able to like convey a message.
I think that's the whole. I think that's the whole plight of the conscious community, or what you would call the conscious, to be able to plight, to be able to give, right?
I can't say that.
Well, I mean, just look at it.
Well, see, in the chat, Richard Tracy says Jesus was a master at speaking metaphors.
That's what I was That's what I was trying to say. Go ahead.
And that's one of the aspects of this. Like, there was a time where I went away from the Bible for obvious reasons because I'm dark side, I'm a cult, I work with demons, I have nothing to do with Christianity. But then there was a time where I came back. Anna Molly will tell you, just the past couple of days, I've been watching Joel Osteen, bro. I've been watching Joel Osteen. I don't recommend that you do that. But what I'm saying is that if you take away the label of Christianity or whatever, you can see game. You can see life. You can see force. You can see efficiency. Let me say that. You can see efficiency. I want to be able to speak. Go ahead.
What were you saying, Trey?
An aspect of this is that I want to be able to speak to a multitude of people's situations, like regardless of mine. Say if I wanted to make a broadcast about boiling a pot of tea, I don't want that to be restricted to people who are boiling pots of tea. I want that to be able to touch and influence people who may be, you know, in China trying to scam somebody at the ATM. Like, I want to be able to send a message that is received by many.
and applicable in many different situations, because everybody that receives the information is going to be in a different situation. So that's part of the game. That's the thing. That's how I know that you are because that speaking like in generalities, like that's mostly what people do because that's the familiar state. You speak in what you know, but being able to turn these generalities, these things, because you know how to, because you know how to make a metaphor that paints a picture so vividly in a person's mind that they can actually use that and it actually becomes powerful. You know what I'm saying? That's what Christianity did. That's what Jesus did. It's like he empowered all of these people with these words, you know what I'm saying? Or the story, or so the mythology goes, you know what I'm saying? But I think that I see people with that same gift today. You know what I'm saying? You look at um oh man, you said Joel Osteen. I was thinking about Farrakhan or just TD Jakes, or just these people who are able to get on the stage and move people to tears with the metaphors that they can spin, and the way these people are placing it, and the things that are there is bringing out of them. You know what I'm saying? That is that's
I do.
beautiful. I think that's beautiful, man. I think that's the most beautiful thing that you can do.
I have a question because I asked my grandpa the same question. Could they move the same people out of a different culture? Because I realized it's kind of like secular, right? Where certain people have, like, this is what Travis talking about, where like it's a culture.
It's different correspondences. It's different correspondences.
Yes,
What it
yes,
is.
yes,
Yeah.
yes,
Yeah,
yes,
that's
yes,
what you
yes,
mean
yes,
when you
yes,
say a
yes,
culture.
yes,
Yeah. And these
yes,
people in
yes.
different lands have different correspondences because of their relationship to the land, and or the
So,
relationship. You know what I'm saying? Like you were saying. Yeah. So
so,
yeah.
as the magician, come on, man,
No,
let's get
100%.
funky
You're
with
right.
this
You're right.
shit.
You're right.
Yeah, I see it, bro.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, but that's the like you said, that's like Trav said earlier, somebody that has knowledge though, to the magician. You know what I'm saying? You try
Yes.
to we try you, I guess we breaking it down for the ones who don't know. You know what I'm
Yes, that's
saying?
all we're doing.
But yeah, your definitely your culture is built from your relationship with the land, and that
No,
determines
your
your
culture is big. No,
correspondences, like the larger
your culture.
correspondence.
No, let's bring it back. Your culture is built upon how you was grown upon. You don't have a choice about how you're grown upon. We can change it
Yeah,
as
yeah, yeah,
adults.
yeah.
I'm realizing.
But no. But the thing about that is we don't necessarily do it. It's the
Yes,
environment that impresses upon
yes.
us, and that in turn, with along with the
Mm,
processing of us, bring about different
I love it.
ideas, different ways of doing things. Because people who live in the
Mhm.
desert won't have a water god. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
man. Facts.
so that's the
So
because they
but wait,
that's
hold on. Now this is where it gets juicy at. But they will find an interpretation for a water god.
Of course, but it won't be chief, because that's not gonna be the chief. That's not gonna be the
Yes.
pressing I
President.
guess
Yes. Yes.
that's
I
not gonna
got you.
yeah, that's not gonna be the pressing thing. You know what I'm saying? I guess you would say. But yeah, you're right. You're gonna
So
yeah. Or
now,
or maybe it will because maybe it will because of the lack of
mm,
water. I can't
okay, I
say.
Okay,
got you.
hey.
Okay, go
So
ahead,
so
Star.
similarly, like for example, I just now got into a new community about. Forgive me, but I'm trying to get back into TikTok. But I'm looking at a bunch of people who are doing drop shipping and sales. There's a lot of people who are broke, busted, and disgusted. And this does not reflect on their character necessarily. But a lot of people who don't have money and who have been struggling for a long time, they put money on a pedestal, right? versus other people in that same community that I'm a part of who have money, they came from money, and they're using drop shipping and sales and all this other stuff as a way to increase what they have. If they both were to conceptualize a money god, what would be the difference between the broke, busted, and disgusted common person and their view of that money god versus somebody who came from money, ain't worried about money, but still wants money? How do their gods differ?
It would be like it would be like the difference between good and evil in your, because that's the difference in lack and abundance. So,
Yeah, I actually was gonna agree with the associations, because out here in the desert, right, like the water gods or whatever, they are presented in times of need, and they always give thanks, but it's kind of always like, thank you, please come again. Right, like we'd really like some water over here. And in Delaware, where I'm from, where it's swampland, right, so there's water everywhere, people are like, who the fuck needs any more water? Like, I don't need, like, yes, it's fine, great, thank you, really glad it's here, hope it doesn't rain on Friday. I feel like it's the same thing with the money god, right? It's like your association kind of depends, or how much you put something on a pedestal really determines on how much need you have for it. So the people who are destitute, who are just drug out and who want the money, they're going to be, I'm assuming in my head, they'd be probably making praises all the time, like, please, money god, come. Whereas people already have it aren't even going to be thinking about it.
Yeah.
So let's take that and extrapolate it onto other gods, other emotions. You know, there are some of us who experience so much love on a daily basis that it's nothing. And then there are some of us who are deprived of love, and we haven't felt the human touch in an excruciatingly long amount of time. I often joke that the first Goetia spirit that we summon is Sitri. That same deity, that same essence of human affection, to some is in abundance and it's whatever. To others, bro, I kill for it. Concepts, categorizations.
I think this goes back to the catchphrase you said last week. Cause I'm sorry, I'm too studied, or trying to study too much. Whatever one. Meta programs. That's what coming in my head right now. It's how we choose or not choose how we deal with things, and how we're dealing with the things we're dealing with. Oh my God. I talked to, I'm not going to give names, so I'll just be very appropriated. I talk to people that deal with the psychology, you know what I mean? That work with little kids, right? And how can they can uplift the world? Oh my God, right? And at the same time, see, am I talking too complicated? Is it too much?
I mean, you asking me or who you asking?
No, it's in general. Because I'm talking about, like, when I talk to people in general, you talk, come on, I was ain't talking to your ass, nigga. So what? But seriously, when I talk to people, my reality, I go, hey, and this is why I had to realize, in my meta program, is my program wrong? You didn't talk. No, I hit you up earlier, and then you didn't see it. But when you talk to me about, well, bro, I'm gonna get so passionate about this, about somebody. My friend did the same thing your friend did in the game, and Xbox, and being the fucking person to get the most kills. It was literally the same thing. I had to go, wow, how can I use that to everyday life process?
What was it?
I hit you up. I mean, obviously it's like only like an hour earlier, but when you was talking about last week, is a week earlier, I was getting caught up, trying to get caught up for this shit. When you were talking about everybody, Laura hit the fucking bar with the shit. She was like, bing, bing, bing. When they was talking about how people, as you was talking about Fortnite and like how you could deal with people in a video game, and it meant something very specific to me, like personally, where I go hang with my friend. He always wants to, and his value point is getting the fucking shots in the game. He don't give. It's a battle royale, bro. What are you doing? Like I'm literally talking to him, and it's like, oh, yo, dude, and he argues with me. Literally, it's my best friend from childhood, right? This is deep, deep. You know what I mean? We get this. This is how we communicate as men. You know what I mean? Like this is deep. You know what I mean? We communicate as niggas. I'm just like this is deep. You know what I mean? I don't get that deep, but like this is my homie from day one, A1. You know what I mean? And it's a lot deeper than that. This is my homie. And we talk about video games, and he wants me to get shots. And all the time, I do not get it. I do not be hitting my shots. You know what I mean? I be like, boop, boop, boop. Yo, bro, why ain't your shots? Oh, his value point is, and I realized what you said. He is so specific on getting these fucking shots every motherfucker that he feels value, so much value, that he will curse me the fuck out from not hitting my shots. Motherfucker, we can't even play Apex. Cause I ain't gonna hit my shots. It's a joke, nigga. You gonna hit your shots?
You gonna hit your shots?
Yeah, it's a joke. I'm like, nah, I ain't gonna hit my shots. But see now, listen, I said previously I couldn't hit my shots because I had the wrong framework. Now I have every motherfucking framework that fuck my friend that I was ruining something because I couldn't do something I could do. I couldn't hit my shots. That's a problem my friend is wasting his lifetime, very important time. Niggas is growing up. Niggas don't have the time to play fucking video games. It isn't hitting their shots. The fuck you doing? You know what I mean? We're wasting time, right? See, I also refigured that playing different video games, you know what I mean? But all is the same thing as saying that how can we change our perceptions? How can I relate to somebody and talk to a certain type of way where I go, hey man, how can I, like you said, how can I get the dub, bro? How can I win with you and make you feel happy?
Here's the thing that I've learned over my past 2 years of playing these kind of games. Like, I realized that my teammates were so focused on getting the highest kills and being better than each other, being in competition. And that's a guy thing. Like, most in the culture that we live in, as men, we want to compete with each other to be the best man. Like, it's natural. But my position in the squad was always to keep them alive, because I noticed that they make foolish decisions, and I would be the one with the med kits and the heals and the splashes keeping them alive. I never had the highest kill count, but I made sure that we won. And over the years, after figuring out what they were doing wrong, I learned what not to do. So now I get the highest kills. Now I'm the best one. I don't brag about it. I mean, I got more crowns than everybody else, but I don't like flaunt it. I just know, and I still try to keep them alive when I can. But what I'm saying is, like, from what I found at least, being in competition with the people on your team, it does grant certain rewards if that's your goal. But if your goal is for the whole team to win, you're not going to reap them same rewards. Your rewards are going to come in the long term. Because if your goal is to learn, if your goal is to win as a team, you're going to have to learn the people on your team and learn how to adapt and learn how to mix their energies together. And while it's just a video game, I found how that can trickle down into life as well. Everybody is coming with their own concepts, their own categories of life. I got one dude who he's all about sniping. I don't ping a sniper rifle because if I do, he's gonna pick it up and he's gonna go over here on the mountain and stay up there. However, if that's useful and appropriate, we can do that. But the importance is finding out the strengths of the people in your life that you're close with, learning how to work with them,
embellish their fucking qualities so it can only uplift you in the greater end. You know what I mean? If you can chastise people, it's a bad thing, right? It's like the not, I don't want to say global, but it's like not thinking about yourself. But I work as at the same time as a boss that you have to be able to uplift people, right? You have to be able to gain people.
Not everybody though, right? Some people need to be chastised, so you gotta find out. You gotta find
what they
out.
call it, tough love, tough love, tough
so
fucking
like
love.
what Trav was just describing as far as the way he played a video game is the same way if you're a leader, it's the same way you gotta approach the people that you lead. You gotta find out everything you need to that you can about that person, about those people, so you understand how to motivate them. Because everybody can't be, and everybody is not motivated by uplifting thought, by uplifting words. You know, some people is motivated by you kicking them in their ass. So you have to know these different elements on a deep level, so you can get the most out of it.
What's their carrot and what's their stick? That's what my boss just told me. You hear me? What's going to give them what is their carrot and what is their stick? Because somebody's going to have a stick behind their ass and somebody's going to have a carrot in front of their face. Which one are they leaning for?
So it's kind of what go ahead, Trav. I'm sorry.
No, you go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just going to relate that back to that war of concepts, because that's what everyone's going through all the time. Like, as we're talking about conceptual combinations, right? We're becoming aware that our minds put data into categories and we assign meaning to these categories. So there's a prototype for each category. And when we start understanding that, we also kind of understand that that the reason why we assign meaning to these concepts and in these categories is because we have an end goal. So the only way that you can win in that conflict of concepts is if you understand the goal and build meaning behind that goal, which means other associations. So if you know that you're doing this all the time, then you know that other people are doing this all the time. So it's like you're on this team of people, you all have you may have different end goals in mind, but if you can understand what meaning and what association someone has tacked on to their end goal, you'll basically be able to understand like what associations they're making with the certain things, that categories that you're going through with them. So you can be like, okay, yeah, so I know if I see this sniper on the ground in the game or this gun here, I know that this dude is going to go and run and get it because he's associated that with his end goal. Like, this is part of his meaning. This is part of that category that fits into his end goal.
Oh, you just made me think of something so deep from an anime I watched the other night. Ready?
Excellent.
So the guy in the anime watched specifically. This is a new anime, just came out too. He watched specifically what they did every single. He was the shittiest character in anime, right? This is the new animes nowadays. He's the most shittiest character, right? He can't do shit. But all he does is watch. He watches the experience of the people, and he was the best shitty character. This is literally the newest anime. I could give it an anime name. And then eventually he went to a good anime, right? And all his shittiest experience, or what I would say, this is what they said in the anime, that his because what it was broken games. You know what I mean? It was games that were cheating. It was like, you ever play a game that you could break a game and do it? He was the best at that. You know what I mean? It was a formula that was already broken. It was a broken formula that he already mastered. And so when he came to a correct formula, that he was so perfected at it that he was already like, wow, why am I doing this? You know, it's so natural. this is the same story, right? I don't know if anybody can get that one, but the same thing that's happening. I don't know if that makes sense. The same thing that we're doing, bro. It's like, are we going to realize that we're doing negative consequences in our own life? It's kind of shitty saying it, but there are positive things that we're not knowing that we're doing that can have influences on the subconscious things that we're doing. Point blank. It's literally a video game. It's a whole fucking TV show about it. It's a whole TV show.
What was it called again?
I'll find it and I'll hit you up. I don't know it off the top of my head. It's like how do you not achieve in a dungeon? Because that's the name of the fucking animes. How do you not do something? But he's doing it. There's so many animes nowadays. They're lost what to do. They don't have no new animes nowadays. They gotta make up fucking bullshit. How do you not do something and be successful? That's what all the new anime titles are. Every single one, you're gonna find them.
Everyone. Well, I want you guys to make this diagram. This is the exercise that I was talking about a little bit earlier. Very simple. What I want you to do is draw like a tic-tac-toe board. So basically, you've got your two lines going vertically, all right? And then do your two lines going horizontally, all right? So you got the tic-tac-toe board. Now, on one side, see, I just drew this line right here for one side. On this side, what you're going to put is objects. All right. You see where I did that? Objects right here on one side. You're going to put goals down here. Down here. See? Objects on the top. Goals on the bottom. And this is basically just to give an example of how we categorize and use these concepts and how things can be similar and things can be different. And this middle portion, I want you to put objects plus goals. Objects plus goals. All right, so objects at the top, goals at the bottom, objects plus goals is a tic-tac-toe board. And I want to share some Fortnite drama as you do that. So just last night, okay, so here's the thing. There's a guy that I was playing with for a long time, and he's always kind of been like my Obi-Wan Kenobi. But he just recently stopped. So, like, now I've taken up the mantle as the leader. And there's a new guy that has joined. An old friend of ours, but, like, he just joined. He's pretty decent. He's played other first-person shooter games. But he's new to Fortnite. And then my younger brother, who I play with all the time. Now, he's awesome. He's the walk 'em down, gun 'em down type. He's very much infantry, offensive. He says, damn the consequences. We both gonna die today. Whereas me, I like to get some space, some distance. I like to be tactical. I can identify if someone is stronger than me, and I will leave. I'm not gonna stay and fight to my death, but he will. So here the three of us are in the ice-cold mountains where no one else should be but us. Now, randomly, somebody shows up as we're looting and getting our weapons. This person's good, I'll give him that. But he was by himself, so we fucked him up. And when we killed him, he had a crown. Now, what that means is if you won the previous match, you get a crown, and you carry that to the next match, which means that if you're able to win again with that crown, you get these special kind of points. And I knew that this person being by themselves, they weren't by themselves. He might have made a mistake, but the rest of his team was coming. And if he was this good by himself, I'm sure the other two will be a force to be reckoned with. Now, my brother understood because we've been in this for a while, but the new guy didn't understand that. So he goes up on the mountain with his sniper and he's like, well, I'm just going to be up here and keep watch. And within no time, the other squad showed up and they took him out like a hot knife cutting through butter. It was nothing because he didn't listen. I told him, you need to get down here with us. Let's bunker down and prepare because they're going to have, when you die on Fortnite, you leave a little card. And if somebody can collect your card, they can bring you back. So my advice was come down here with us. Let's camp this card. That way we can take off the rest of his team one by one. He's like, nah, I got this. Of course, he didn't have it and he died. So now it was just me and my brother, the one who's ready to walk him down on site, versus the other two people who I knew were very skilled. So they came through. And I picked a very good hiding spot for me and my brother because I knew that if my brother was just going to stand out there, he was going to start shooting and get killed because he was too bold. So I told him, no, come back with me. Let's just hide and wait for them to show up. We'll catch them slipping. They showed up. They're searching for us. I saw them before they saw me, so we moved. Caught them slipping. They separated. And I know that when they're separated, we can take them on 2 against 1. And we did that. The one went for the card, the other one stayed up top to snipe. One thing I know about snipers, they're no good face to face. So we ambushed the sniper, the other person went their way. Things got kind of crazy. We ended up killing the other one. Now this sniper was very slippery. He slipped to and fro. He made his escape. I was actually impressed because he was a better escape artist than I am, and I'm pretty damn good. So he made his way out. All right, cool. We'll pick up our little sniper friend, do what we have to do. We chased this dude, and he kept running, and eventually he went to go respawn his teammates. So that was when I ambushed him, tried to get him. Again, he was too slippery, and he just left. So then I went to respawn my teammates who died. Long story short, we get further down, we start to regroup, get our resources back together, and we hear the respawn van come off right across the street. And I know it's them. I just know it's them because it couldn't be anybody else. So we go push. I'm by myself. I don't see anything. Lo and behold, it's them. So the same guy that was up on the mountain that didn't listen was the last one to show up because I'm telling them we need to come and get them before they can get their weapons. But he's back there doing what the fuck ever new people do when they don't listen. And that same squad ended up getting their revenge. They killed me and they killed my brother. But they didn't kill him. He went back into the storm, and I told him to. I said, go back into the storm, get you some heals, that way you can survive and they won't get you. You can get us later. And the fact that they were so thirsty for revenge and they chased him, everybody ended up dying in the storm. Nobody won. What do you make of that story?
Sounds like revenge got the better of everybody, but like I mean, there was cooler heads, but I guess it wasn't enough. I guess there wasn't enough like space in there for them to prevail because things was happening so fast. It seemed like that everybody was forced to make decisions based off of rush circumstances. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, as you said like everybody seemed like they were pretty good, but because y'all were going against people who were equally as good, it kind of put everybody outside of their normal comfort zone. And so people started doing things that were uncharacteristic. It's almost like fainting at a person when you fight. You know what I mean? You get them to jump. You know, and that's how you know you know what I mean? It's I mean, I don't want to keep going, but that's my take on it.
Sounds like your
I think-
goals changed.
You said it sounds like our goals changed?
Yeah.
Mm.
To our detriment?
Really?
Yeah, I said it could have been time. It could have been you, like you said, Trav. You had an idea to do things, but it didn't work because everybody was equally as skilled, so your idea was a skilled idea, but then the escape was an equally skilled maneuver. You know what I'm saying? So this was now you had to regroup and think of another plan, and that's what the respawn van was that the team other team coming up doing the same thing. You know what I'm saying? It's like it wasn't working what they were doing. So let's go back, let's get everybody together, regroup, and come back with another plan. You know what I'm saying? With a different technique. Like almost like paper, rock, scissors, and you keep on hitting rock, rock, scissor, scissor, paper, paper.
Yeah,
You know,
man.
you know what I mean?
Hmm. That's a game how you win the BR. You can't never have one person's uh, 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 see the BR was a very interesting thing how people relate to each other. It's because it puts people in predicaments where you couldn't every fucking game. I don't know why I curse. I have a potty mouth. But every freaking game is individual, unique, and a situationship. As to that for a rap term, a situationship, a lituation for fab. If you know about fab, you know what I mean. It's a lituation. Every time you go through something, you're gonna have a emotion, a understanding where you don't understand what's going on. Now the concept I've realized, the thing is, this is so simple. We're using a video game, but it's so goddamn simple. How I realize when our friends act ignorant, what Travis says, "Oh, where everybody's running around with the heads cut off," you know what I mean? Even my friend, I gotta yell at him, and he don't understand. He's the one that gets more shots than me. You know what I mean? Travis, I'm gonna pull my journal real quick. When the guys get more shots, isn't he leading the crew? It's called NJL, right? Right? Somebody's doing something. Actually, now, let me tell you the situation what I'm going through, right? Now, listen to this one. What happened with NJL is an in-game leader. Somebody that's like what we called holding on the somebody that's like being forward. What happens when somebody's not being forward? What happens when somebody doesn't know what they're doing and leading the crew? You have a miscommunication aspect. Bring it back to the knowledge, man. You have a look, man. You have a miscommunication where somebody is expressing itself. Look, the nigga is shooting shots on the fucking. Oh my god, dude, I'm dead on the fucking. Help! Revive me! Revive me! Right? Well, I'm dead. Yeah, he's having fun while I'm watching. Right? It's no fun in that, but it's so much to that where you have to sit there. And I realized my friend, he always told me, dude, you died. I can't get you back to survive. I had to do my own work. How do you expect me to get you up when you died?
See, I can't do
Yeah.
it. If you play with me, the one thing about me is like,
Yeah, you see that? You see that? That's what I say to my friend tells me. I hate it.
I can't. I'm not. I can't do this by myself. If this is like a squad game, like
Yeah,
then it's
man.
gonna be me against another team. I'll
That's
go
why I
into the
stopped playing the
storm
game
and
with
pick
him.
my people up.
Mhm.
But yeah, you know.
Hey,
What
hey,
happens?
that-
Now I'm gonna give
I
you
didn't
another
want
turn. What happens when he heals you? What happens when he's the healer?
I'm responsible for the healing. Nobody heals me.
But
I'm
I
healing
know,
them.
but I know that's the funny part because now I have a conversation where the guy's healing everybody. He's doing all the medics, all the shooting. I'm like, damn, nigga, am I not capable of doing this game? Damn.
Hey, hey, I was just talking about
Woo!
that healing. That just made me think about travel. We was talking about a second
Mhm.
ago, which was
Health for
speaking
wellness.
like Jesus, like when we was talking about speaking like Jesus
Yeah,
or
Paul.
whatever. Like if that, like speaking like Jesus,
Mm,
when you go into the actual like literature, like
Paul.
he only spoke to his own people. So that brings into account an element of culture and knowledge and able to assimilate the words into a proper, the metaphors into a proper
Mm,
visualization, right? Because when you go into the actual stories, the Hebrew people, it was a lineage of people. So that was a culture that he was talking to, and his words meant something specific to that culture. So when he
mm,
spoke, so when he spoke, that culture, when he did, he even said, my flock hear my voice or hear my words or
mm,
whatever. You know what I'm saying?
mm.
Damn,
Yeah.
you went yellow, Trav. But
Yeah.
when they say my flock hear my words, he was speaking to a populace of people who was educated a certain kind of way. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, I didn't want to get off of the video game metaphor, but that just came into my mind that it wasn't that message of Jesus or speaking like Jesus, because my man said something about the culture when when he was talking. Was he speaking to? Could the message cross cultures? You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? And
Wait, hold
even
on. Wait, hold on.
and
Is
even
that
hold on,
not
hold on.
correspondence? Is that
Yeah,
not
yeah, yeah,
correspondence, brother?
yeah. That's what I was gonna bring it back around to,
I know.
was the
I
fact
love you,
that he
bro.
was, yeah,
Stop
okay, yeah,
calling.
cool, cool,
I
yeah.
love you, bro.
The fact that he was talking to a group of people who was, like I said, able to assimilate these metaphors the same way because they all had the same correspondences because they all dealt with the same culture. So speaking like that, so being able to speak like Jesus don't necessarily mean that you are speaking this message that everybody is gonna see a certain kind of way. The message can cross cultures, but the message that the cultures get across the waters is gonna be
Mm,
interpreted a different kind of way than the
mm.
message for the people that it was meant for. Now,
Don't get it twisted now, y'all.
That's fire. That was
Y'all might
fire.
forget that Stuffed Dog is
That was fire.
a humble powerhouse, a
Hell yeah.
humble uh titan, so to speak. Don't get it twisted now.
I really appreciate that, but like I said, I'm just trying to uh I'm just trying to understand. Like, I mean, if
You
that's the
got it, bro. I'm not in my head, bro. I'm over here and like, this is good. Everything you're saying is aligning with everything is perfect, bro. I think
Uh,
I'm getting it.
they're not hearing what I'm saying. They're not hearing what I'm saying. Y'all
I hear
don't
you,
get it
True
twisted.
Travis. I think we all
Hey,
hear you, Travis.
man, listen, no. I done seen her hurt some things.
Is it useful or is it appropriate? Right?
I done seen her hurt some
Telling you.
things. God bless.
You gotta. I feel like we gotta burn it all down. You know what I mean? If you can ask me one thing, burn it down and build it for yourself, right?
Okay,
I think
okay.
it's. Mm-hmm.
So I see that, and I'm thinking also again about these concepts. What you just showed, right? To someone who has no concept, what would they say about that image?
About a image. An image is calculated upon
The image that
frequency.
he just showed on the screen.
I did
They
not
would
see it.
say
Shit.
the bad guy from Pirates of the Caribbean.
That's the concept, though, right? That's a concept from but if you did not have that concept, What would be something else? Like, say for example, me. I didn't watch that movie. First thought for me would be, oh, that's Cthulhu with a pirate hat.
So what? Oh man, so I'm getting confused a little bit then as to what would the concept be versus the category. Then, if there is context.
Okay, I got one. If somebody was in the middle of the woods, how would you give them a context?
Well, look, before we can answer any question, before we can answer anybody's question ever in the history of language, we have to know what their confusion is. I don't understand her confusion yet. I don't know what the question she's asking. She said that I don't understand. I cannot jump to an answer yet. I have to know what she doesn't understand. So please elaborate, Alora.
When you said, what is someone's reaction if they have no background knowledge? So if they don't have any context, if they've never seen this thing before and they see the image now, what would they see? And I said bad guy from Pirates of the Caribbean. You said that's a concept, but then you said I would think it's Cthulhu. So is that not a concept as well?
No, it is. Yeah, it is. Yeah. What I'm saying is I didn't see Pirates of the Caribbean.
Because he didn't have the information. He didn't have the background information to say Pirates of the Caribbean, but he had Cthulhu.
Make a different association with it.
So the question would be asking is, what did you see then?
No, I'm sorry, Laura. What you say? Yeah. There you go. What would you see? Yeah.
Because listen, man. I had the same thing happen to me. If you had no understanding of, so listen to this one. I talked to my grandfather, a lot older. Hold
on. Hold on, bro. I'm sorry. Let's because we was
trying to conversation.
Yeah. I know we was just trying to help Laura real quick. She was talking. She was, I think, saying that Cthulhu was a con. She was confused because Trav said Cthulhu because she was saying that was a concept too, along with Davy Jones being the Pirates of the Caribbean. But I think Laura, what Travis
what does
said
that mean to you?
He didn't have the background information of Pirates of the Caribbean because he never seen that movie.
Yeah. So what does it mean to Travis? Cthulhu. And what is Cthulhu? And it's all at this point, it's a personal thing.
Yeah. Yes, and that's the whole point. That's the point is that Trav had the Cthulhu in his mental Rolodex, but he didn't have Davy Jones. But Laura had Davy Jones, and Davy Jones was a little bit more to the image of the nose than Cthulhu. So Laura said Davy Jones, and Trav said Cthulhu, but they were both talking about the same overarching thing. You know what I'm saying? Because somebody might see that and say octopus because they don't have either one of those references.
Yes.
In their mental Rolodex. You know what I'm saying? And somebody that's never seen an octopus might say devil. You know what I'm saying? But it's about how much information you have. Like earlier, Trav, when you was talking about the color red, you know, I didn't want to say nothing then. But when you was talking about the color red, to somebody that is just a regular ass person, all reds are red. But if you're talking about an artist, artist, all reds are not red. An artist knows the difference between
indigo,
between burgundy, between light red, between pink, between all of these different shades of red, and they go into infinitum. I mean, they go into a million different shades, and it just depends on how much information you have available at the readiness and programmed in your head as to how you can explain it and how much you can bring out of that said thing.
Okay, now, absolutely perfect what you just said. Take that, and once again, I want to reinforce the initial statement of the beginning of this video. Conceptual combination plus word equals the power to create reality. So to the average person, they don't give a damn. Red is red. To the artist, we have so many different shades of red. I learned this concept as a child when I used to draw comics, and my parents bought for me that 64 pack of Crayola crayons. Y'all remember that pack? It had the sharpener in the back of it. Yep. You didn't just have red, you had about 12 different reds. That's when I learned, there's distinctive gradual differences. So imagine being able to take that concept of distinct differences and verbalizing it, putting it into a word that another person can understand. Now you have the buttons on the dashboard of experience. Say, for example, there's a lot of people who, I deal with this all the time. There's so many people who are like, Trav, what do I read? What meditation? What ritual? What demon do I summon? What candle? I make fun of those people, but that's all of us. We're trying to figure out, how do we navigate this landscape of spirituality when you don't have any concepts? Think about this. The only concepts we have are Jesus and the devil. But when you think about tarot and you think about chakras and you think about all the different things that we clip off, right? We think about all these different things that we are into. How do we use the word to convey these concepts to someone who is not experienced? You can't get mad at these folks. You can't get mad at them no more. When they call you a devil, when they call you a devil worshiper, etc., it's not about you. They're talking about the concepts that they have in their mind.
Yes.
And you were not far from that a couple of years ago.
That's what limited information creates fear, right? Like you don't, like you were saying. Go ahead, Alora. Sorry.
No, you're all right. I was just wanting to go back to the chart then when you were talking about the one column for objects and goals. How would that relate to that chart there? Or like, what is the... Did we already do that?
But we can get into it. We can get into it. Were you going to make a point, Stuff? Oh, perfect.
No. Y'all go ahead. Go ahead. Vita.
Okay, so let's start with objects, and we're just going to kind of just go through an example of how the brain identifies. The first row across of objects, the first row across, is going to be animals that fly. So in that first box, I want you to draw an example of an animal that flies. And if you're someone who doesn't have access to a paper and pencil, type the name of an animal that flies in the chat.
You said an object? Under object?
Yes, in the first box of object, and we're going to go across horizontally.
Gotcha. Okay.
You said it's an animal, right?
Yes.
That flies. Got it.
Yes.
Heard. Got you, sir. Thank you.
And as a matter of fact, going horizontally across the objects row, let's get 3 animals that fly. 3 different animals that fly.
I got my 3. This is powerful. I already see where you're going. I don't know where you're going, but I like it. I don't know where you're going, but I got my 3 animals. This is deep. I got very important animals to me. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So I have a personal understanding about each one of these.
In my first 3 categories, I got a bat, I got a bee, I got a bird, a mammal, an insect.
Go ahead. Sorry, Captain. Go ahead.
Yeah, 3 different animals, but these are all concepts and symbols that fit within the category of animals that fly. Each one of these are archetypes, prototypes, and symbols. And it's funny because the last couple of nights, you might call me a complete weirdo, but I've been listening to the sound of bees within their hive to go to sleep, like for 10 hours. And by golly, it has been extremely relaxing, more so than binaural beats so far. I'm listening to bees just buzzing in their hive with bzzz.
Timer.
Yeah, I had the same ones you had. I had a bee, a bat, and then I had an eagle on the
Okay.
last one. So, but
I
the
had
first
eagle.
one I had a bee. The first one I had a bee, a bat. The second middle one was a bat, and the last one was an eagle. But yeah, I had the same
That's
thought
fire.
process.
Mine was I don't know if it sounds like the same thing now, I feel like, but it's the hawk, the eagle, and the owl.
Hawk, the eagle, and owl.
I chose hawk,
Okay.
falcon, and eagle.
Yeah, same thing.
But you know what's funny is the first thing I picked was a penguin, and I was like, wait a minute, that doesn't fly.
That's dope.
That's interesting
Fly in the
about
water.
evolution.
I love that.
I thought of I did a pterodactyl, a crow, and an owl, and but I realized that like within my own associations, a lot like how Richard just made his, were like animals that fly automatically, you notice in that category, you put in birds in that category and associated any bird with that. So it was like you came in with the penguin at first, and then you had to be like, oh wait, edit. Like for me, it was insects. I wanted to add like bees and stuff like that, but then I thought, oh, but those aren't technically animals, right? They're insects, so they can't fit in this category. So I so I didn't even realize that I had already a different concept for what I consider insects. And even though they were in the flying category, they weren't in the flying animal category.
Now, yes, no, the insects are animals though, because so that would be huh?
Yeah, because they're part of the animal kingdom. Like
Yeah, insects are technically animals, so that would be the same thing as the your thought process of the picture that I showed as Davy Jones and Travs being that is the amount of information that you had, like when somebody's saying, give me the first thing that pops into your mind when I say this, like word association. So, you had to think about the insects being a part of the animal kingdom. So you went with the next best thing, which was the bird. You know what I'm saying?
right.
Now check this out. This is what I said about categories versus the concepts. What I mentioned that is that a category is a collection of objects, events, or actions that are grouped together as the equivalent for some purpose, right?
Yeah, what's the
notice
purpose?
how well, that's for you. Notice how I said that the brain downplays the differences within the category. The brain downplays the difference within the category. I drew a picture of a bat, a bee, and a bird. Now those are worlds apart as far as difference. However, compare what you've drawn on your paper to say a helicopter, to say a drone, a remote controlled drone. All these things fly, but within your category, what do these things all have in common? What do all my things have in common?
Wow.
In addition to them all being birds, they're all birds of prey.
Yep.
This one for me.
That's what I
Okay.
said in my head.
This is insightful to your categorization process. What else? Somebody else.
To me, they had a correspondence to the culture, actually, to me. To my culture, specifically. So what I realized about culture, when you talk about birds, I had a specific something, It couldn't, I could have let it stray somewhere, right? I could have been, but I went through a culture, through what I know through my specifics about birds. Because there's different types of hawks. There's the yellow-tailed hawk. There's the red-tailed hawk. There's different types of hawks. What do they mean to the culture and the different type of people on the land? There's different type of people in America that see the red-tailed hawk and what it means to them. What does the gold-tailed hawk mean to the Cherokee? What it means to the Blackfoot people of America?
No, what does it mean to somebody that don't have that culture though?
No correspondence.
Yes,
to the
yes.
culture.
So listen,
What does it mean?
Right.
That's the third point. What is the person that has no correspondence, right? That is the third There we go. I love it. 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 Where is the third point? You see, the third point is somewhere out of self. I could have supposedly, but the third point I realize is where I have to go to as a person, as an individual, as a what I call myself. I don't know if that's the right term, even. I'm not gonna use it. But somebody that doesn't know anything but know enough to say, how do I reconcile myself in their community, right? And their understanding. How do I put myself with my friend that doesn't understand a different? He wants fucking five fucking kills in the game. How do I put? You know what I mean? It's all the same story. How do I put myself into another story and take myself out the story and to relate to it and not have a personal understanding? Because this is where I could do my magic at, right? Because as soon as it seems like we come with our personal things, our personal self-judgment, our personal self-shadow works, and all these other things that we're dealing with as humans, we go and go, we don't be able to do our I'm not able to do because I'm not paying attention, psychomancy, I'm not able to do more overarching, what's it called? The stakes. You know what I mean?
Psychic art.
Yeah. I don't even care. I know what I have my own word for it, you know what I mean?
Okay, so we're dealing with this chart. Somebody else give me some of the differences within their first category of animals.
Mm-hmm. And that.
What differences now?
Similarities, excuse me. Similarities between these objects in the first row.
I noticed within my first row they tend to be, I picked the owl, crow, and pterodactyl, and they are, besides flying, these are generally like I would say like shadow animals, or animals that aren't necessarily considered like your topmost for like super cute. I mean, owls are pretty darn cute, but like they're like predatory type of animals, or animals that typically are associated with like a darkness to them.
Okay, and just in me questioning, I can see a similarity between what you and what Richard Tracy said.
Mm-mm-mm.
Right.
I think see similarities in mine. Like they all kind of like they all kind of have like a symbolic representation and like American like amalgamated culture. Like the like there was a say like the bees being a pollinator, so that's a big symbolic thing that and it all goes towards like where your mind go, and then like the bat being a representation of like Halloween, and the eagle being like a representation of like the USA. So all of them have like a place in like our culture, the amalgamated culture.
Mm.
Could we also say that the I you guys, you had a good question. Is the eagle and let's say the eagle and I would like to say eagle and owl, right? Specifically, right? How the eagle or the hawk and the owl have two different perspectives, right? Yes. One, what you said, what I gotta go back, I stood up. Yeah, one's on one side and the other's on the other side, right? Where there's two different perspectives. I know even from my culture, the eagle and owl have two different things, you know? The eagle is something about consciousness, and the owl is something subconscious. So, what does that mean? Even in my own culture, you say these questions that people go, "Oh man, don't deal with the owl." Oh shit, you're gonna deal with the owl? Oh man, this is funny. I like it because it's all about how we deal with it. Like this is the same thing Travis saying. You got the throne up, the owl and the eagle. What do you perceive the owl as? The owl could be something so lightly to me. The owl could mean, to me in my culture, hypothetically, I could just make it up. and just say, or am I making it up? The owl can mean something to be knowledge, through mysticism, through arts and practice. Andras. You know what I mean?
So look, for the next step and the first row of objects and goals, this is where we're gonna go. Objects and goals, the first box, go ahead and draw all three of those animals there. The next box, I want you to draw machines that fly. The third, I want you to draw objects that fly. Football, darts, frisbees, baseball, basketball, machines that fly, objects that fly. And then we're going to look at the similarities and the differences.
Oh, what's the last one?
Objects that fly. Football, baseball, basketball, darts, frisbees. All right, let me know what you have.
Well, mine, I put machines that fly, I put an airplane, a drone, and a hot air balloon. And for objects that fly, I put in a balloon, a dart, and a baseball.
Okay, what did somebody else get?
Chose helicopter, HR-71, which is a bomber plane, and a UFO, like a flying saucer. And for machines that fly. And then for objects that fly, I chose a hockey puck, a bullet, and baseball.
Wasn't machines that flies and objects that flies. I only had two of them for each. I had the Finch from Harry Potter, like the golden thing, machines that fly. That was the first thing that came, like the golden Finch.
Golden Stitch.
Yeah, the Finch.
Yeah,
That was the
that's clever.
first thing that came to my mind. I was like, "Ooh!" And then I guess I said one, honestly, and there was a spear. Things that fly.
Oh,
Spears
that's cool.
fly. Yeah, they gonna hit your ass too. Somebody. Sorry, it's not funny, but it's funny.
I thought it was funny. It made me laugh.
I'm sorry. People don't like my jokes. It's too violent. It's pretty funny.
So let's look at these categories. The first one is objects, right? The first row is objects that fly. There is no goal. We are simply looking at concepts of category. The category is objects that fly. The concepts would be whatever you chose to draw. The next row is the objects with the goals. So in the first box where you have the 3 animals that you drew, these are the objects, and what's the goal here?
Ooh, you dangerous as hell. Oh my god. Damn,
What's
nigga.
what's the goal?
I'm not gonna say it. Y'all first.
There's a lot of options. I mean, we could say animals with wings that intend to survive and live and thrive or whatever. Let's think about the goals of the second category here. Some of us drew helicopters or UFOs or planes or hot air balloons. What's the goal of those objects? If I were to look at this, I would say transportation. I would say getting from one place to another. That's the goal of these objects to me. What would you say of your second category of machines that fly? What's the goal?
Yeah, I noticed that in my goals for machines that fly, the airplane, the drone, and the hot air balloon, it's to transport. So, and it may not be transporting people, it's just to transport. Like with the drone, it could be transporting information, like gathering information and transporting it back. Whereas in the objects that fly, the balloon, the dart, and the baseball, they transport in the sense of very specifically getting from point A to point B.
What bird did you have for that? Just wondering. I just want to know.
What?
It is a bird, I think, should be aligned with that?
Oh
What
no,
bird was it?
for my birds, I
Is it
put
what-
for the animals, I put their goal was to survive
Yeah,
and to
animals. Okay, heard. Thank you. Interesting.
This is cool.
Yeah, this is really cool. Cause me, I'm looking at it, mine's that this is crazy. You know, just you hearing you what you said is totally different from mine, you know? Like mine was the eagle, hawk, eagle, owl, right?
Mhm.
And oh, that's crazy, dude. I'm keep on thinking about this. It's really moving me. So what do they mean to me is the hawk means something and the eagle means something, the owl means something, two different, totally different perspectives, right?
Mhm.
And then it's like how I aligned my answer up with them. Like, oh my God, Jesus. Global versus Pacific.
Mhm.
Oh my God. I just got done watching y'all shit earlier too. Like, I watched all week. I took my time, you know what I mean? Mm.
And believe it or not, like I see there's even people in the chat that are getting deep. Like, this is not an exercise where I'm asking you to get deep. I'm
Yeah.
actually asking you the opposite. Be very simple. What
Yeah.
I'm illustrating in today's concept is the simplicity of how the mind works. It's the simplicity that combines with itself to make complexity, right? So when I talk about the different birds and the objects, there's a basic ass meaning. There's also a deep meaning, right? Because I didn't tell you what to draw except for that second time. And what you chose to draw has a depth of meaning to you specifically. But what I'm asking for in this exercise is the simplicity. Literally, what does a bat and a bee and a bird have in common? They have wings. That's the correct answer. That's how your mind works. You take that simplicity and you put it in a category. That's it. All the depth, that's the ego.
Okay, so now you're going to me deep now. Ready? Fuck that shit. I'm gonna go there. Ready? So, okay, hopefully I can get this out in a clear, concise way.
It's so hard for me. Whew. So we do these things that are so subconscious, right? So I do this every day, right? Okay. The bees and the birds, right? That's so simple when we say it like that, you know? We got to do a very good studies on how bees are more important to us in society. If we can go do see, I study animals too. Why are why first of all, I got to go back this one. Why did you even bring bees up? Why didn't you bring a donkey up? Why did
I
you
brought
bring a
bees
bee
up
up?
because I've been going to sleep with bees buzzing on my speaker system
Oh,
for the past couple of nights, thanks to Anna
you did
Molly.
not only wait. I'm gonna go deep with you now, Travis. You did not only bring up a bee for a reason. You could bring up a donkey and listen to donkey sleep. They got donkeys sleeping on fucking YouTube, my man. What the hell you not listening to donkey sleep? Why'd you choose a bee? Now I know that, or I think we all know that. The bee, see, this is something that is something very important that we're asking a question upon. The bee is something that is very important. What is we can study the bee and what does it do? What do we study the ant? Don't gotta be a bee. You don't like bees, you do ants. You don't like spiders, you can do ants. You know what I mean? You do whatever we want, right? There's plenty of micro species, different things that do this. Look at we can go even smaller. Come on, let's go. Stop playing. Biology in your stomach, right? There is something that's going on that's structured. This is really is happening, honestly. Something that is structured. Way at oh my god, let's talk about some fucking science, man. At a chaos level, right? Where you don't even understand it, right? You ever see bees in the Amazon where they know how to like make a float raft? Why does their environment? See, you know, I'm gonna tell you something. I'm done after this. All right, I will be totally done. My grandpa told me one thing. I will never forget it. I am my environment. You heard me?
Mm-hmm.
I am my environment. And if I don't love my environment, but he said in other words, I'm gonna be word verbatim, right? But if I am my environment, if I am my understanding of my environment, and I don't care about my environment, right? Because most people don't, they don't understand their environment. Most people don't. Who am I? And that's he didn't say it like that, but I'm gonna give it to the chat. You know what I mean? Because if you are your environment, you should care a little bit more, right? If I am human, I should care about a little bit more, right? If you are of the nature of land, you should care. You should care about your environment, how people feel, right? Let's keep it a very simple and everyday level, right? I am part of my environment. You, Travis, I don't know you, none of y'all niggas. I don't know Laura, I don't know Stuffed Doll, but guess what? I do know y'all. I know on a different type of level, right? You guys are actually a part of my environment. As much as I say, oh, you're not physically there, but you are there, right? Now, Grandpa said, I love my elders, you know. If you listen to them, are you got to be part of your environment. Are you a part of your environment? What does that look like? Some people aren't a part of their environment, and you can look at them and you can understand that they're not a part of the environment. What is the environment? Is that culture? Mm. Can we create our own? That's what you're talking about, Travis. Creating your own culture,
Peace,
creating your
Laura.
own
Thank you
environment.
for joining us here.
Thank you, bro. Appreciation to everybody. I'm just passionate.
Damn. Well, rest in peace, dear Alora. We'll see you next time. All right, so the last category, what I want you to write in the first box is romantic love. Romantic love. We're talking about goals. Romantic love in the first box. The next box, in the middle, I want you to write tough love. And in the third box, I want you to write brotherly love. And basically, as you have these three in the bottom of the category called goals, you've got romantic love, you've got tough love, and you've got brotherly love. And just like before, I want to invite you to examine the differences between those three categories. What is the goal of romantic love? Well, typically when you think about romantic love, the goal is the fulfillment of desire. That will be the goal of romantic love, the fulfillment of desire. What's the goal of tough love? Well, when you think about somebody administering tough love, if you've ever been in that position, typically the goal of tough love is to help someone, to give assistance. And if you were to talk about the category of brotherly love, what's the purpose? What's the point? Why? Usually it's to establish connection and to fulfill that establishment of connection. Right? So you notice how we have the word love, but there's three different categories that are presented. And they're three drastically different. From desire to help to connection. In the same way that there's a drastic difference between bats and birds, UFOs and helicopters, baseballs and darts, all of them do fly through the air, but depending on the goal, they may or may not have anything to do with each other whatsoever. Now, the way that our mind works, we categorize and we have symbolic concepts based on the category similarities. So all these animals fit within a category similarity of things with wings that fly. The plane, the UFO, the helicopter, they all fit into a category similarity of machines that fly. Now, if you compare the two together, there's going to be a stark difference in your head between an eagle and a helicopter. There's going to be a huge difference because the subconscious mind automatically widens the gap, widens the gulf between objects that are in different conceptual categories. And those categories are mainly defined by the goals that we set for them. Now, I want you to keep in mind also that we don't come pre-programmed with these goals, but we create them out of thin air based on the moment. We create these categories based on the goals that we create, and the goals are created based on the needs that we have. In fact, I want to read a quote, my favorite quote from this whole book. And what she says here on page 181 is, words seed your concepts. Concepts drive your predictions. Predictions regulate your body budget. And your body budget determines how you feel. Therefore, the more finely grained your vocabulary, the more precisely your predicting brain can calibrate your budget to your body's needs. As you build up the associated concepts, you'll be able to construct your experiences more finely. So once again, we don't come pre-programmed with any of these concepts, with any of these categories. We build them as we go. We do that as children. Yet, if we take up the mantle of distinguishing and clarifying and becoming more precise with the words that we use for the concepts that we feel, we'll get more out of life. Is it just being sad? Or could you be more specific? And does it matter if you're more specific? It does. Because if you call yourself sad, you're going to look back at that category, you're going to think of the conceptual representation of that word, and it's going to affect how you behave in the future. When I speak of conceptual combinations, what I'm talking about is when you're introduced to new experiences, you create new concepts that are the result of previous concepts being combined together. When you experience something new, you're going to say, oh, this is like this, except it's like this. And you're going to combine those two together. Then you're either given a word or you create a word to describe that. This is what creates reality. And this is what has been creating reality. Do you remember the first time you did a certain thing? And how much it stands out in your memory? And how much it has affected you since then? And sometimes we get old enough and we think that we can't experience something new. Yet I tell you what, no matter how old you are, you haven't experienced everything. And sometimes those experiences change the trajectory of your life, for better or for worse. But if you're someone who wants to sit in the driver's seat and really make this thing an intentional process, it helps to understand the framework of this. So let me know if this came through clear. Let me know if this made sense. Supremacy McCoy, peace. Visual OD, peace. Framestar Films, peace, peace, brother. Amar Ahmad, peace. Yes, I'm still using the same Zoom link as before.
Trev, what was that last part you just said, bro? You said you was, I can't, man, I'm sorry, man, my brain was, it lost it.
As far as encountering new experiences and how
That.
we come to interpret those new experiences by way of taking previous concepts and combining them with another concept, and then we usually give it a word, and that word then serves as a representative of that new experience.
Gotcha. Okay. It's almost like it's almost like birth. It's almost like, you know, two things coming together, two different things, or two different genes coming together and make something new. You know, it's almost like birth. You know, I think that's the overarching theme of this reality. You know, and that's how I think that's the overarching theme of any physical reality. You have to, I think that has to play a part in it, because that's how you get new experience in a closed environment. You know, those things have to combine to make something new. The elements that already exist inside of the environment combine to make new things. And then those new things can go down their perspective paths and then combine on down the chain together again and make something totally new again. So I think that's like the when you were saying that, it's like that's not just like a human concept. That's the overarching concept of a physical reality. And
Yes. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, if you find the thing that, like, if you find the optimal path through that existence. I was talking to my wife a couple of days ago about what destiny truly is, and the concept of what destiny truly is, and it's actually an optimized path. Because things follow a path of least resistance. But that may not be an easy thing. Um, it may just be the optimal path for you to get everything that you need from the experience and then move on to the next. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know if it's anything about, I don't know if you can have a perfect life path, but
I
if
don't.
you if you pick everything that, if every in every decision, you learn from the previous one, and you, like you were just saying, you add that to what you experience, and now you come up with something new, or however you would do it, come up with something new to move along the path, whether it's in a positive way or a negative way, still gonna move you along, because that's the process of life, is movement.
That's what's always been so weird to me is that let's think about that process of movement and building the future. It's built off of blocks that already exist. And that's always been so weird to me. Your life might be different, but for me, I don't really meet too many new people. In fact, that what I found throughout my life is that a lot of people who come up are people who I've known about in the past or have met in the past. And sometimes I really wonder, like, is this really a simulation? Because it's like, I don't ever see anybody like new. I mean, sometimes I do, but it's usually somebody that has known somebody else. Maybe a better example is the fact that, let's think about the first time that we ever did something really, really cool. It's not that you never heard of it before. It's just the first time that you did it. And when you actually did it, you could put it in a category of something else that you've done. So it's like you're combining these categories and you move forward. And as you move forward looking for more of it, you can't help but to scan for the descriptive factors of the previous category. It's difficult. This is what I'm saying. One of the aspects of this is that it's difficult to experience something new in life because by default, we can only interpret what we've already interpreted. And if we interpret something new, we've got to be flexible enough to create new categories, knowing that those new categories will be created in part and parcel by older categories.
Oh my! You said something. I'm gonna pull your words up. You also said something about the mind can't difference from the self from realities and
An imagined experience versus a remembered experience.
Yep. This also goes back to similarity situations. Hello, watch this one. Where they say, where there's people, say a basketball player doing basketball, right? Or a track runner doing track. And what's the difference of the experiment? There's an experiment, right? Everybody knows experiment. They know that somebody can watch them do it, they do it, not do it, and they, and they all, and do you know what I'm saying? Like where somebody can do the experiment as the basketball person doing the training every day, right? Those people that train, that's the constant, right? The people actually do it. And then there's the people that say, hey, they watch the person do it, right?
And there was the people that actually imagined themselves doing the basketball training, right? And they got the same effect, right? It's the same concept. It's the same thing, I feel like you're saying.
So would you say that the process of victory, winning, and being successful is a process that can be practiced and should be practiced before it actually manifests?
One will have to believe it first. They have
Belief
to
based
believe in
on
their
what?
own process.
Belief based on what?
Their own
Because again,
process.
we're talking about concepts, right? We can see a concept of victory. We can see, I mean, hell, first off, you have to have a concept of success. Like, I say that like it's common sense, but there are a lot of people who don't have a concept of success. Maybe you come up in a world where the highest thing that you've ever seen is, you know, some rapper on the internet, or, you know, somebody doing something that you pretty much are not probabilistically going to be doing. Do we have examples and concepts that are achievable?
Yeah, you said you got to look back. You said all of the new stuff is built on old things, and I think that's the fascination with the Kalipov. You know what I'm saying? Is because that's the world where all of the old stuff goes to be recycled to become new things. And I think that's the fascination with it, is because that is where the future is. It's in the dark, it's in the unknown. You know what I'm saying? And so but that's the process of I guess becoming human, like you said, because we don't come here with these things. We come here as an animal,
Yo,
and
Trav, sorry to interrupt. Mars is trying to get in here. I'm talking about.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out the link. Like, I'm trying to do my best.
We come here as an animal. We come here with the propensity to develop this stuff. Like, the stuff isn't with us. We come here with the probability to create these concepts.
Yeah, and that's only because that's only in the human. That's only in human form too. All other things don't have and that's why we consider ourselves the highest, is because we can complicate our reality the most. You know what I'm saying? So, uh, like we were talking about, you have the capacity for these higher things, but that don't necessarily mean that you achieve them. It takes some kind of intervention. And I think that's where the fascination with the Anunnaki and stuff like that is because that's the intervention that people can point to and say that this is the physical intervention to get us from the animals that we see around us to these human being things right now. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's why there's always a fascination with these hybrid, like cross pollination almost. You know what I mean? Like, because we recognize that that it does take effort to introduce something new if the building blocks for the future are in the past.
And sometimes that's disheartening to me. Sometimes that feels bad. But, I mean, if it is what it is, I guess it doesn't matter how we feel about it, right?
Why is it? Why is it disheartening to you, that concept, bro?
Ideally, I like the idea of creating something new, creating something that hasn't been. But the more that I examine, I see that that isn't really possible.
Mm.
In that respect, it's disheartening.
Okay.
But
But
I
go
remember
ahead.
also, it's not my job or any of our job to create something new. It's our job to facilitate energy as it is. To
Because of the state
clarify,
that we're in, right? Go ahead.
because the state that we're in, and to clarify, I would say that that's more of a battle between my ego and my higher concept of self. I completely can understand and identify that's my ego talking. I want to do something new. I remember in my time of music, I wanted to create this new genre, this new exciting style of music that everyone would love. And even as I thought I was doing that, I was neglecting the fact that everything that I created was based off of music that I loved, music that inspired me in the past. It's not possible, not because the individual person is incapable of doing it. It's not possible because we build things based off of what has already been built.
The nature of reality. That's why it's not possible. And that's why you have a battle with your higher self or your concept of your higher self, because your concept of your higher self is outside of, you've grown your concept of higher self to be bigger than the normal person's concept of self, which is based on the body. So
Hmm.
that's the battle. That's the battle that you have. And I understand that.
And my whole point of going back and looking into this book and making these notes that I made to do the video, it isn't simply to have a logical understanding of how emotions are created off of concepts, but also to understand that, like, even when we talk about this spiritual path, the spiritual journey, and I roll my eyes because it's like so generalized. You can't learn anything new unless you're willing to create new concepts. There's a lot of people who come into new information but refuse to release old concepts, refuse to modify old concepts. And we wonder why, we wonder why certain emotions continue to rise, continue to pop up. It's because concepts of reality that we've created in the past have not been reformatted, reintegrated, dissolved, restructured. All these women want a high-value man. All these men want a high-value woman. But have you really changed your concept of mating? Everyone wants to be a millionaire, but have we changed our concept of what money means, what abundance means? We all want success, but do we have a concept that is congruent with the life that we live? Peace, Mars. Excellent to see you.
Yo, what's good, bro? So I got
What's
this
good?
stuff.
Good,
I
Mars.
just like mentioned like the Zooms yesterday, and it's interesting that I'm here today.
What's going on, man? How's your Thursday?
Man, it's pretty great, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, I just got back from seeing my son, so I was with him the whole day. Then I came back here. So
Yeah, sound like a good day.
well, I like what you guys were talking about. Basically, reminded me of how like memory is like a reconstructive process. Like the metaphor of like a video camera and a projector, I think they're way too simplified for the processes that are actually going on.
Yeah, it's a lot of stuff connected to it too. A lot more than just, you know, a lot of different elements like smell, um, things like that go to contribute to memory and recall.
Yeah, exactly.
And it helps to remember that things like smell fit in the same category as sound and sight, taste, and touch.
Mm-hmm.
And these are the building blocks of these concepts.
Mm-hmm.
And it's very difficult even for me to like just kind of conceive that every time I go back to a memory, I'm reconstructing it in real time. And it's no wonder that there are memories that I've forgotten. I mean, many of us have had memories of experiences that we've had with other people that were awesome, right? But as the years go on, the details start to fade. In fact, as the years go on, when we recall those memories, there's certain parts of them that remain and certain parts of them that leave. And those ones that remain, if we're honest, can sometimes get exaggerated. Have you had that experience?
Hell yeah.
Most definitely, yeah. And basically how emotions act as filters to recall memories as well. So like, for example, like every male has had this experience with a girlfriend that like once she's mad about something, she starts bringing up like everything else. And it's because like that emotional like that lens is acts as a recall signal for all other memories that are linked to that emotion.
I love the catchphrase, memory is state dependent.
Yep.
Pissed
off about one thing, she's running it all down.
Talking about NLP to people because I haven't been able to. I've been like studying it too heavy for like more than a year now, and like I haven't been able to talk about it. So this is awesome.
But I feel like Atlas. Go ahead. I feel like Atlas at times where this information can be so heavy and it helps me to understand life as it is, but at the same time, I forget that I'm also living, that I'm also dealing with life. So it's almost like a double-edged sword that I'm holding by the blade. On one end, I can cut through what I see, but I have to remember also that I'm also being what I see. I'm no different from the people that I observe.
Is that the curse of knowledge? Like the fish learning this in the bowl? You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, but you can't do nothing about it. So it's almost, that's why ignorance is bliss.
But can any of us really sit here and accept ignorance? As a choice, can we accept? Can any of us say yes to
You
that?
talking about us in here or any?
Yeah, us in here.
General?
Us in here is what I'm saying.
No, oh, I thought you were talking about in general. I was gonna say, hell yeah.
We know that answer. Yeah, we know that answer.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But the whole interface is set up to not like we don't get like true reality. Like our whole space-time setup is not the truth, as in like capital T truth.
And it's not meant to be viewed from our perspective right here as a whole. It's meant to be viewed from your perspective right now. Because if you viewed it from the whole, then there would be no such thing as a perspective. There would just be the whole. You know what I'm saying? So and I think when you realize that and you still here, you know, that's kind of like I said, the curse of knowledge. You know, is like you realize that you in the bowl, but there's nothing you can do about it until whatever dispensation time that you in the bowl.
I I felt that way before about ignorance being bliss, and like kind of what's that phrase, like it's basically like wisdom, like having wisdom makes you sad, or like have like a sad outlook on life or something like that. But getting more into like specifically like Vedic astrology, Jupiter represents joyful wisdom. And like when I really kind of like thought about that, it's like wisdom is truly meant to be like liberating. And there's like a certain like I don't know how to maybe convey in words, but there's like a joy that comes from like liberating your spirits to. But I think first it could definitely be, and like it weaves through like waves up and down between like a truly understanding it as joyful wisdom, and then also like being on the like the bottom of that wave too.
Yeah, I wasn't saying that. I was saying is that why the metaphor exists that ignorance is bliss. I wasn't saying that it was bliss, and I understand that
Uh,
nobody in here on this call uh can settle for that. You know what I'm saying? That's why that's why we can all relate to each other. That's why we all have the correspondences to have these conversations. You know what I'm saying? But yeah,
yeah,
you're right. Like they're liberating oneself from what's perceived as confinement. Yeah, that is supposed to be a joyful thing. You know what I'm saying? Because you're moving to a more open experience. You know, and it's not so confining. And I think that the search for that, I think that even having that inclination that there is something greater than the experience that you have is like the prerequisite to building that experience, if that makes sense. Like that this isn't new, us coming up, us figuring this out, because we talked about the future being built from old shit. This obviously isn't a new concept of the fish figuring out that it's in the bowl, because there's information that goes back eons that explains this same shit. So I think that that is what you take like joy in when you start to figuring this shit out, because there is shit for what you feel, and there is information for what you're experiencing, because what you're experiencing is outside of the cultural norm, you know. So it's almost like that thing that's introduced, the new thing that's introduced, you become that. And now that's your almost your initiation, and to see if to get on the path to move into the next space. That's the way I see it when I look at all of this information, especially when I look at it and see the continuity of
no,
it,
yeah.
you know. But yeah, I'm done. I'm done. Go ahead. Clear it away.
We speak about we speak about this bliss of ignorance. I I find that when delving into these conceptual things, it helps to put them into perspective. Also, there is an ignorance of bliss, and it seems like we come out of that once we start to learn about the world, and then we begin to move towards another type of bliss, which is just as far away from us as the ignorant bliss. Do you think that that's something that you can agree with in your experience, that there's a bliss of the past and a bliss of the future that we're moving towards?
I think that we always are going to be caught in that state. I think that that's the state of becoming, and I think that that's where we're always going to see ourselves when we're in the experience that we're in. It's always going to be a past, and there's always going to be a future. Always going to be somewhere you came from. There's always going to be somewhere you're going. And you're never you never arrive. You know what I'm saying? I don't think you ever arrive, and I think that's the design. That's what it seems like to me. But it just may be my interpretation of the experience. But I don't think that you will ever arrive. I don't think that is possible.
Okay. So what the reason I say that is, let's think about the past.
Okay.
I know for at least myself, maybe just me. I know in the past there was a time where I was blissfully ignorant. Can you say the same for yourself?
Yes.
Just simple psychological math for myself. I'm saying, if there was a time in the past where I was blissfully ignorant and engrossed within that, perhaps there's a future bliss that I can attain to be engrossed within. And maybe that's what I'm looking for. And in between is the searching state. In between is the state of non-attainment, but the pursuit of.
Well, when you were ignorant, like the process of becoming where you are now, you had to understand that you were ignorant. Like, right? I mean, there's always going to be a starting point. I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking about a different. Maybe I'm thinking about it in a different way.
Can, can I go back to a book that we read? Give some light work to all this. And I don't know why I popped the hotel.
Passive property and liberty.
Yes, sir. You know exactly. And it sounds like the store we're talking about. It's like we get, I don't know, through this journey. It's like you said something about the oath to the abyss too. Also, I had asked my question. I was like, do I even know what that means? Goddamn, know what I know what it meant. You know, and I was like, damn. And that's a question I had asked myself, honestly. Honestly, I was like, so when I sat there and looked at it, it was a conversation, and it was very cool. I was actually in, well, yeah, because when it happens, it's so simple. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's very interesting, guys. It's so more than just a simple feeling, you know. We just so shy over it so easily. So it's nothing. But I've been realizing
Go into the conversation. Like, what were you gonna talk about? Like the dialogue in the conversation. Like you were about to go into it, and then you kind of held yourself back. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I definitely held it back. Well, I would like to ask you a question. You let off with something, and I was very interested. You said something about the movie screen, and because that piqued my interest so high. And then because that's how we view things in the screen of life, you know. Sometimes it's so. Do we perceive it? Meta programs. We've been talking about it. I don't get it all, but I definitely do get it. It's so many. I don't know. I talked to my elders. What happened there? You ever talk to elder and their meta programs? That shit's deep. That shit's so ingrained in their system. Woo! You be like, hey, how was your youth? And they be like, you better shut the fuck up or I beat you up. You know what I mean? Because everybody knows talk about elders and how they feel what they went through. You know what I mean? Something went down, right?
Damn, man. Why can't you tell me? It's gonna be. They're gonna come on, man. And it's not about that really, because I already got the answers. You know what I mean? But it's very interesting when you even ask anybody about that. It's just, what about you ask a loved one? There's going to be a different meta program you have to use, right? I can't. Ooh, boy, I'm done. And it's like how third perspective. Somebody said it earlier. That's why I brought that TV show, book up. It's all the same thing. You have to separate the guy got caught up in a hotel, right?
Yeah.
Through his feelings, emotions, and his patterns.
Attachment.
Mm-hmm. Viagra. Well, not I say Viagra, but Viagra.
Oh, yeah.
I like to use Bobby Hemmett Texas in the little bonics in y'all, you know.
Yeah, you definitely woke the reptile up there.
Because it's all the same thing, you know. If I could say the same word and you get it, doesn't matter.
Exactly. No, yeah, I think with people's meta programs, like you can basically like predict the conversation.
Go on.
Oh, go on. Okay, because he brought up the example of like when you ask elders, like like this generation like will not talk about XYZ because of what they went through. So you already knowing how the basically the framework that they set up for their outlook on life or their internal representation, and then depending on like how much information you have on the subject, like if you know their adjectives, their like sensory words, like their interests, like you just fill in the blanks with the frameworks. My book, where was that one? Like you showed it to us 2 years ago. Words That Sell, the red and white one. Yeah, you could just read that, have people's words, and basically like script. It's a script for like them, like what they would most likely say in XYZ situation, or at least like how they would like internally represent it.
It makes me think about I relate things to video games a lot. Not that I'm like this extreme gamer, but that's like the fun thing that I do when I'm not doing this. When you learn a new game and you're not used to playing games, you're like looking at the controller when it says press A, and then you press it and you look up, you know, you're trying to like associate your thumb action with what's happening on the screen. I can see that, well, first of all, you familiar with that experience? Like press A, and you look down to press A, and then you look up and you have to try to make sure that you're there. I find that the study of things like metaprograms is very similar, because it's not that they're happening only when we think about them, it's that they're happening all the time. And we have to come into a certain state that we're able to observe not only when they're happening, but also to identify when they're happening. That's when they become powerful. For most of my time knowing what that word means, it's been difficult to be in a state where I'm doing them blindly, ignorantly, and when I'm able to do them and also observe them in other people. For me at least, it's been a long transition period to identify metaprograms in action. And for those who don't know, I mean, what we're really talking about is meta means above. Meta means over, right? There's a lot of things that we do, but there's a reason why we do things. Meta programs are a list of definitions of why we do certain things. For example, when it comes to motivation, does it motivate you to think of the goal and move towards it? Or does it motivate you to run away from the potential threat of not doing the thing? Does it motivate you when you can look at something and come up with an internal reason as to why it's important? Or does it motivate you when someone else tells you that it's important? Right? Little things like that are what we call meta programs. First off, if you can identify them within yourself, you can better manage how to efficiently navigate life. And if you can identify them in other people, you can better manage how to efficiently communicate.
I haven't done the like I haven't sat down and actually like penned down like correlations, but just what I've observed through studying like NLP and astrology at the same time is that uh I mean basically like your astrological chart is like the template for all that. So like how I just said the like the framework and how you could fill it in and everything. Astrology would be way like that, but like times 10 or whatever, times infinity. Cause like I'm not at like a high level at all, but just with like, especially with like astrology software now, like if I have someone's chart just from like one, just from like a Rahu Ketu placement, I could basically tell their like most traumatic insecurities that they've probably like never spoken to anyone in their life about. And like
I have a
even
question when you
so,
get done.
what was that?
I have a question. Just be
Yeah.
devil advocate real quick.
Yeah.
Cause I was talking to somebody the other day about the same thing you're saying, and I gotta shout out the box out there. It's, oh, he doing tropical. I'm like, I just brought it up. Jesus, you know. I brought up the Vedic stuff, you know, and they yelled at me. I mean, and I love it because I liked it. I deal with the same stuff, you know. I'm same through the same. You know what I mean? Come on, bro. We can. You know what I mean? Crystal been dropping the bombs. You know what I mean? So,
What do you mean when he was saying tropical? Like,
because like you know, I was saying like I was talking to somebody and I brought up and they're very tropical. We're talking about it, and I agree with it, but I was bringing up like some Natraka information.
oh,
And,
like
I was
yeah.
being very humble speaking about it. I was like, yo, what is your perspective about that? And they just shot me down. As soon as I brought in the chocolate, oh, we don't do that over here. We don't. I was like, and not saying you don't, because I don't listen to you. I've been following you, you know what I mean? I'm
Yeah.
not talking about you specifically. I'm just talking in
Yeah.
general.
Yeah. I know. Yeah, like
The premises, yes. And I was asking for specifically is because when I was damn, I lost my train of thought now. Sheesh. But because I was really asking you something cool, because I've been listening to you too, bro. I've been listening to your little drawings. But we always talking about the mind and all that. Ah, damn, I lost my train of thought.
talking about basically you were talking to him about nakshatras, like bringing it up, and he was shutting you down.
Yeah, that wasn't the point, but
Yeah.
I was listening to what you guys was talking about, and I apologize. I yield the mic. It was very interesting though when you said it though. I'll come back when it comes back in my head. I'll wait.
Oh yeah, it'll pop back in a few seconds.
Yeah, definitely.
But well, I basically said that with like the Rahu Ketu placement, I could see like insecurities that have been there, like deep insecurities. What is something about that?
I think so, yeah, because the Rahu. Oh, okay. So I think that makes a little bit more sense because I don't necessarily, yeah. Well, I brought it up though was because the like, see, what I understand through the Vedic stuff is that it's like we're dealing with the moon more necessarily, right?
Yeah.
It's been like because I'm a person that I learned a little bit how you were dealing with plants, you know what I mean, and versus which one you want to deal with, you know what I mean. So I was like, oh, it's very interesting, and this is how I would be applicable with the knowledge,
What's your
something.
what's your like? You know your chart?
That's what I was asking about, and I was asking certain things, and I was like, oh, shooting shit out into him, and it's very interesting when you. That's what I'm saying. Like that's the whole concept. What I'm talking about. There it goes. There it goes. Even when I was talking to him about when he shot me down, right?
Yeah.
About something so simple, about something that was so, if he's somebody that is somebody in knowledge of because somebody I know the basics of astrology. I got a couple books on it. I got some books I never read and never picked up. You know what I mean? But that as serious. Something I
Yeah.
want to get into.
Yeah. Hella books on that real.
Yeah, I think everybody got something like that. Be honest. And I'm like, damn, I got something and I was asking him a very simple question about like signs. I was like, damn, I got a couple signs in my houses, you know what I mean? And he taught me something. And I was like, what's it called? It was um a house that house that is exalted or what's it called? Exalted houses.
Oh, okay. Like
Yeah.
the
I got
okay.
3 of them. And I was like, oh. And I was in
Like
now
you
and I
got
was like,
three
oh shit.
houses with exalted planets in them.
Hmm.
Oh, okay.
And I was like, oh, I didn't know. And I was asking the question, what the hell? How do I even figure out researching that? You know what I mean? Because I just want to get more research, so I can go and do my own. Because I like to do my own, So I was like, and that was cool. I thought that was cool. And I learned from something that. And that's how like I figured out we can like interpret other people because these people be ready to argue. You know what I mean? Not saying you guys, but this is
No,
other
yeah.
platforms I be in. I'd be like, hey, can I ask a question? And they're like, oh, you don't know. I'm like, nah, I got something out of that. I thought that was important, very simple that I gotta be able to draw something out of a conversation. Not even with you guys, but it's so applicable how like Travis says always says, how do you be able to again Travis goes so much more deeper than me. How do you use certain programs to talk to people? If people are more of visual aspects, how do you like? That's why I kept on saying Paul. You to Paul, Paul, Paul. I kept on saying for a reason because in the Bible, I like to bring that up because we like to get the little Bible chats out and then the little quotes out here, but I don't know the exact one. But at the same time, you gotta be able to need to speak. Paul was a person that when he came, and when I like the verse because when he was talking to the different type of peoples, or you can even say Jesus, you got to be able to know how to change your dialect. You have to be able to know how to be finesse. You know what I mean? Try to say you talk to you got to be able to manipulate yourself. If you can't manipulate your own or have control, that's all it is. Understanding the different types of that's all it is. The types, baseline shit. Where are we at on a day to day level? It's all simple.
You got planets in your sixth house.
Probably. Yeah, definitely.
You do, yeah.
Yeah, I put them up the other day, so I probably can show you. Yeah, I'm gonna hit you up, bro. I'm gonna definitely catch one with you.
Yeah, I mean, just from like what you were talking about, it seemed like, uh, if not sixth house, then just like Virgo.
But I don't want to make this about me, but like seriously, but I just like we gotta hone in. The time is now. We got too much fucking knowledge, bro. It's so crazy that Travis is about to. I'm about to get y'all before Travis get you. All right. And bless up, because we gotta be able to apply. I had to yell at myself. Shadow work. You know what I mean? Shadow working. Somebody said that the other day. I thought that was the best thing I ever heard. They said, stop calling it shadow work and call it shadow working, because it's a process that we got to keep on doing. It's not just a thing. You don't just shadow work. You just shadow working, because something that it's an ongoing process. We just can't say we're doing shadow work.
Yeah, a lot like there's a lot of things that are nominalized.
Yeah, the words. We got to be able to take control. That's what the Jarvis is saying. Take control of your whole reality. And once we start gripping our reality,
And look at the part that the words play. The words are a part of this strategic battle that we're waging on reality. The words are only the grunts. The words are only the front line, because the words are representatives of concepts. Now, we can attack the words all we want, but guess what? As long as the concepts exist, they're going to manifest as different words. And what do the concepts represent? As was said in this video earlier today, the concepts are symbolic representations of categories. Categories. So when we experience something and we call it that, it's not just the word. That feeling that we're having, that feeling we place into a concept. And that feeling belongs to a category of other feelings that we felt in the past. It all stacks upon each other. And this is what we call conscious to subconscious. On the conscious level, we call it a word. I feel sad. I feel angry. I feel whatever. I identify as a tree. These words represent concepts, which represent categories. Without the categories, life would literally just be a chaotic mishmash of data. The same way that you can look at a rainbow and see red, orange, green, blue, whatever. Those colors aren't there in easily defined stripes. It's just a prism of light. But we have the concept of color, and we superimpose it onto reality. We put a map onto the territory. We make it so. That's why we live in an illusion. Not because somebody put us in a prison, not because there's some demiurge out here or whatever y'all want to call it. It's because what we experience, we put it into categories, which create concepts, and we use words to define them. Okay, so instead of just me just talking stuff and trying to sound deep or whatever, how is this practical? How is this useful? How is this appropriate? Identify and examine your experience today. Identify the experience that you're having today, and how do you feel about it? Would you like something to be different? Would you like more of something else? Is there a way that you can go back and look at the words that you use to describe your experience today? Are there better words to use? Better words that you could use? More accurate words, right? The concept that you have for the experience today, right? Let's say I'm feeling sad. Well, how do I know that I'm feeling sad? Well, I don't have any energy. I'm not laughing at the stuff I usually laugh at. I don't feel like doing this, that, and the third. These are all symptoms that I'm describing. But instead of actually sitting down to analyze them as they are, we immediately go back to previous instances. Last time I felt this way, I was sad. I was depressed. So we're going to put that hashtag on today's experience automatically. regardless of whether it's accurate or not. And do those experiences necessarily fit into the category of sadness? Perhaps you're drained, tired, perhaps your diet has been off. Perhaps there's wide-reaching influences that we may not be aware of. Maybe it's seasonal, maybe you have allergies. It could be a lot of different things. But it's so much easier to condense all that down into a single word. But I want you to understand that if the experiences that you're having are not useful and appropriate to you today, examine the word, examine the concept that that word represents, and examine the category that you've placed your experience in. Maybe there's a way that you can shift and move things and make them make sense in a way that works for you better. Is that clear?
Yes, I think oof, I felt some things start warming up. Yes, it was clear. Oof. Mm, mm. That's crazy, man. Dude, emotions are crazy. How mm, man, I can't even express it because I be having concepts in my mind that goes back so quickly, you know? So, my thing now is to slow them down, you know? Hey, slow down these concepts, you know?
I think there's something to say in the process, just by Trav describing the process, like
Mm-hmm.
the instructions. We already, like, he never he said some emotions, but for the most of the part it was the words were ambiguous, and if you look back, we automatically assigned like words subjectively to them, and then through that, like how you just said that, like, oh, like you're feeling warm. It's like he just gave instructions, and it already like elicited and basically installed the process.
See, but then the whole point is, can we acknowledge that?
Acknowledge that that happened.
What's happening?
No, is that like
I,
is that
that was
Bean Spiller.
not bad? That's it.
No, that's good. That's good.
Okay.
That's exactly what it is. I don't know if you heard earlier, but like I said earlier in this chat, like, one of my aspirations in life is I want to be able to communicate like Jesus Christ. Right? And if you look at those red letters...
No, like Paul, bro. Get the joke. It's the Paul, not Jesus. It's Paul. Come on, man. I'm trying to give it the game up.
I don't know Paul, but I know Christ, and I'm trying to talk like Jesus.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna send you the text.
I think of Paul like Vanilla Ice.
Damn, that's funny. Oh.
No, I wasn't here for that. I just like right when I hopped on, that's when I like basically like said hey, and I was looking for the link. But that's a did you go more into that? Like what you meant by that? Or did you just you left it at that?
So the first thing we think about, at least those who studied or have studied the Bible, you notice that Christ speaks in parables. He speaks in such a way that it is, like you said, very ambiguous, yet extremely meaningful to just about anybody who takes it seriously.
Oh, okay. You're a cat. Oh, damn. Okay. If I'm not mistaken, You're a Capricorn ascendant, tropical.
Tropical. Vedic,
Sagittarius.
right?
Well, I do like tropical. So like I do tropical calculations with like Vedic philosophy.
Tropical, I believe Capricorn, yes.
So your third house is in Pisces. Third house is the house of communication. Pisces is the sign of Jesus Christ. So that's interesting that you say that.
Interesting.
Because your communication is basically like that to begin with. I think NLP and studying it just basically like amplifies that. Because even you being like an artist and a musician, like that's communication in parable form. Or it could be like the concept of it.
And that's another good point that I think fits in with today's talk. You mentioned that I'm an artist and a musician, yet that hasn't been the focus of my life for a very long time. I began drawing comics. I eventually moved on to producing music and writing music and playing music. And then I ended up making YouTube videos and whatnot. And to some people, I can see how those things don't fit in the same category at all. But what I've been able to do is to expand my categories to where all those different things do fit and relate to each other, which makes it easier for me to translate data across one skill to the next. And I think that's important for people listening. Regardless of where you find yourself today, I guarantee that if you try hard enough, you can find a connection to what you believe that you're very skilled in, and you'll be able to translate one set of skills to another. But yeah, for me, communication is a big deal.
Yeah. I think my internet went out for a little bit. I'm just thinking about your chart now. Because I remember I know it's on Gemini, so like I know what house that's in. So it's just like
okay. Now you thought me. Okay, that's what I wanted to talk about earlier. Fate versus destiny. Bang bang. I like to be provocative. Sorry. But like, does that have a prevalence in this conversation right now? Because you were said, I mean, I agree. And trust me, yeah, hey, I like it all, and I do all of it. You know what I mean, I'm always trying to like, I actually more fall favor to what you're saying, you know. But I listen to other people, and they have good conversations, you know. And even Travis, what's the difference of fate and destiny? Does this one could have a meta program over their own life, or just it is what it is? Because you know.
By the way, there's a saying in NLP that it's meta programs all the way up, which means that you can find a meta program over your immediate behaviors, but guess what? There's a meta program over that, and over that, and over that, and over that, and over that.
You said 100 and something, right?
Most of
I
us lose
listen.
count after 5 or 7, right?
Yeah, I pay attention to one time you said, "Yep, it's about 100, son." And you only said 52. Oh, uh-huh. Who's listening? Who's paying? I... All right, man. This
You
is
maybe.
interesting.
Don't say we. You maybe.
I'm not. I'm only myself. I ain't nothing. I don't know what I am. I go get my little Funko dolls and they tell me something more else, you know? Or do they? I mean, this is all like what we give. I think this is the conscious understanding of everybody's individual understanding of what we give value to in life, processing and procedures. You know, what is it? Well, I said that backwards. So there are processes, right? We got to do something, and there's a procedure, right? What do we get out of that? Now, that is the conversation. I heard the guy botch it, and he says it so well. But when you say, how do we process our procedures in everyday life? You know, when I talk to somebody, they say something, I gotta process it, and it's like I talk to my mom, and she's gonna say, "Hey, you do this," and you might, and I'm not talking about me or anybody, or we can say anybody that's saying that you might go through it. That you go, "Hey, mama, hey, what about the Anunnaki?" You know, somebody said it earlier, right? They can be like, Jesus. You know what I mean? But that's a process, right? How could I get them to understand Anunnaki? How could I change my process? You know?
Is it your task, your job, your duty? Is it useful or appropriate?
Hell no, it's not appropriate or it's useful.
Because again, we're thinking
Not in
about
that situation.
concepts. And if we think about, mom, grandma, auntie, or whatever, the concepts that build their life does not include Anunnaki, Illuminati,
But
Demiurge.
I'm sorry.
They're content with devil. They're content with devil. I don't think it was very pleasing for any of us to expand our definition. Was it pleasing for you to expand the options for an enemy? To know that it's not just the devil anymore. Now you got government, and you got this secret society, and you got some alien vampire creature sucking out your melanin.
What time do we take that? Okay, I got you. Ready? Ooh. Ready? What time do we take that and say, "Hey, I'm done with that," and then be serious? Right? What's more important? You say all the time, are we going to be done with people that's going to be sipping on Anunnaki juice? And the vertebrae of the freaking, and that, no, they don't even know the true science on that. You know what I mean? What's that really going on? You know what I mean? Shit. Please. You know what I mean? So I said, love. I'm not gonna go there tonight. It's a great night. I don't got my look. I think y'all know we gotta separate the difference of. Let's start applying the knowledge. Simply said, I'm doing it myself, guys. As a man that was trying to bullshit all. Oh, I studied all the time. Listen to Bobby. How many people are gonna listen to me right now? Listen to Bobby.
Bobby.
Check. But are they gonna apply it? They mixing. Look, Bobby said it. Y'all mixing gods out here. You know what I mean?
But I mean, we know the answer. Like it's not even a choice anymore. One of the reasons I wanted to present today's conversation about concepts is because if you don't have the concepts for these things built within, you're not going to dive into this type of information. No matter how much the people around you talk about it, if you don't have the concepts built, you can't get here.
You're bumping your head on the doors almost.
You're blind. You can't see it. The same way that a baby, like they said, you know, I wasn't there, so I don't know, but they say that an infant cannot recognize human faces or anything. It just sees a bunch of data. But over time, it recognizes, okay, 2 eyes, nose, and a mouth, right? 2 eyes. Then eventually, okay, that's mama, that's daddy. And the infant finds similarities. Okay, women, mama, mama, males, daddy, daddy. And perhaps over time, those differences begin to become more distinct. Same thing happens with us. That's why people say, oh, that's the devil. Oh, that's the devil. That's the same thing an infant baby does. We haven't changed. We don't come pre-programmed with information. We come pre-programmed with the propensity and the potential to distinguish things based on category. That's what we come programmed with. So it doesn't matter who you are, what walk of life that you're in. You see things in a category, and everything within that category, you're going to be able to relate them together. And everything that's outside of those categories, there's a vast difference. To some people, cars and trucks, Ford and Toyota, Ford and Chevy are vast differences. To where others, I just see cars. The examples go on.
That's interesting how you broke that down.
There's a lot of people who see different categories of marijuana, of weed, right? You got your runts, you got your cookies and milk, or whatever y'all call it, all these different categories. Some people can distinguish those fine details. Other folks, it's, you know, some people can say, oh, that's sativa, or that's indica.
Wow. That's
where
interesting.
most people,
that had to happen to me before. That's interesting. The girl never smelled. This smells all the same. I'm like, you don't smell the detail, dialect, and each note.
No, she don't, because she don't have a concept. The concept that she has is weed.
I know.
The concept is weed, right? Now, within that concept of weed, your experience tells you, okay, now you've built an experience of indica.
What about cheese?
Sativa.
What about cheese?
Oh yeah, cheese, right? Yeah, I like cheese. I like brie. I like Monster. I like Gouda.
Shit, like
I like.
brie?
Yeah.
I
have a moment. When I have brie, I have a moment.
Brie is crazy. Yeah. Oh my god.
I have me a little cracker.
Oh my god.
My little knife, and I sit down and I slice a little piece of that brie and spread it on that cracker.
It's so cheesy.
I don't watch TV. I don't watch YouTube. I just enjoy that cheese.
Oh wow, you do. I like that. Yeah.
I had a nice double cream garlic brie tonight, and I savored every bite, and it was resplendent and delectable, and it took me right back to my childhood at Christmas time, and it was amazing.
No way.
Yeah.
You gotta be.
It was a ceremony. It was a moment.
Like I said, I don't get hungry until y'all start talking about food.
All right, now cut it out. Cut it out now. You better stop your shit now. Stop it. Stop it. We're talking about knowledge, not know about nothing. See, I tell everybody, cut your mind. That's what your opposite technique. You know?
I didn't mean to usurp the flow of the conversation, but it's just, it's something that literally happened to me tonight, and it came up at this moment, and I'm very hungry myself right now. I just got in the door. What did what am I just
who brings up brie
on this moment of the conversation?
Oh, yes, bro. They don't know, man.
I'm all about it, man. I'm saving this for a special occasion, like tomorrow or tonight, maybe. But yeah, even with the cheese, right? It's to most people, it'll just be cheese. Give me some yellow cheese on top of my burger, I'm good.
Wow, Gouda.
Was this? I missed. My phone died. Was this branching from the submodalities, or is this still about the categories and contexts?
Categories, contexts, concepts. But yeah, just especially the conversation at this point started at weed. I don't know if that's your thing or not, but I remember a while ago, I learned the difference between indica and sativa. And I know that most people don't know what that is. Most people just think weed. Whereas it was explained to me, one is more of a body high, one is more of a mind high, right? I don't know the difference. It was all the same to me, or at least so I thought.
There's THC, THCA, Delta 9, 10. Like, there's a lot. There's a lot. I mean, the cheese just went over my head. Maybe like 3 different types of cheese.
Let me be devil advocates once again, too, right? A real Rasta said that's not real no tree. You know what I mean? That's not no ganja, man. You know what I mean? That's not real, no. That's not, come on, man. The Delta 9. My friend always told me, and actually it's funny as how I'm talking my shit. My boy just gave me some fucking dabs earlier, you know what I mean? I didn't see him from a grip, you know what I mean? And he's like, hey. I was like, yeah, what you talking about? Let me get one of that. So I ain't gonna talk about shit, I'll talk about shit. But like that ass, you know what I mean? Like, it's all art. All that is like, man, the mind is all. And what we want, we can create it or we can destroy it. Man-made fucking PBRs and natural weed. What's the difference? What do you like? You can argue me up and down about PBRs, or you can argue me up and down about how you like natural weed. You're both weed, and I'm paying for both of them. You know what I mean? Now, what's better for you and what you want to get? You know what I mean? My state's legal, so I can talk that. You know what I mean? But different in California, it's all about preference, you know? It's about the degree and the disdain of what one person wants. I said throw it all away. Somebody said something the other day. They say you look in the forest, what do you see?
Depends on the person.
What do you see?
Well, since I'm specific, I'm gonna see the trees, but if I was global, I'd see the whole forest at once. Likewise, if I was global, it would just be cheese, cheese, cheese. But if I'm specific, then I know that I love cheddar more than I love mozzarella.
It's just fun. It's just so cool. I love it. Because like we gotta really like.
Ooh. This is no exaggeration with what you just mentioned about when you're in the forest. Because I was just doing cardio and I was literally in the forest. And whether it's daytime or nighttime, right? Well, the sensory input will determine as well. Like what's my intent for going there, right? Am I going there for
what you see? What you see, bro? I'm gonna tell you from my stuff, not Travis. That's the difference. What you see? What did you do actually?
I was running.
Oh, that's good. How did that feel? Because I was running.
Well, I was listening to this live.
Yo, that's funny as hell. I felt when I was running earlier today.
It was exhilarating and informative and thought-provoking all at the same time.
I get this image of Richard running through the forest eating brie cheese. Like, holy shit, I'm running through the forest. I'm eating brie cheese. What are the chances?
Yo, wait. Stop. That's actually weird. Come on, man. I miss you witching my dreams eating brie cheese.
Oh, I want to say to you also, Richard, on my DoorDash, I recently saw there's a poutainery. There's an option for a poutainery.
Shit. Yeah. Oh shit! Man. It's everywhere up in Canada, man. We gotta I had some poutine yesterday and it was awesome too. Man, totally get in on some of that.
I got a jar of gravy waiting for the right batch of fries to pour it on top. To catch
man, what you making me stop talking about the food, man? Come on, man, you get me activated. I'm trying to be quiet about the food, man. Damn, you talking about gravy? Ugh.
I was gaming with this girl one time, and she was talking about poutine, or how she said it, and to me, I didn't realize that it was a food. So I'm like, what are you talking about? Because in my concept, that means something different, right? That means something different. Or I should say, that sounds like something different. And she kept talking about this poutine. And I'm like, well, hold on a minute. I don't know what's going on. So I went to go look it up. And then I told my friend about it. We had a good laugh. And then we were asking other people, like, have you ever tried poutine? And you know, most people thought that we were talking about something else. But then eventually I learned that this was a Canadian delicacy. And so of course I had to text my friend here and ask him if he knew what that was, and he told me, like, yeah, this is all the rage. But a couple months later, I come to find that we have a poutineery coming in my city, which is very weird, but hey, I'm all about it.
That was really good. I'm looking it up right now. Wow.
Man, I actually on the 24th, before I left, I walked by the restaurant when the day after you sent me that message, and I sent you the photos of the restaurant. I walked by and I thought about this conversation too, and I was just, my head was exploding because I knew there was a great poutine place down where my sister lives, which is where I am right now. You brought up something. I wanted to come back to an earlier point in the conversation about how you felt disheartened about the act of creation, something in the future, and how sometimes I didn't get the full scope because my connection was going in and out. And Stuff Dog contributed something too. Can you do just a quick little refresher about that particular point? About it, was it something that was you felt disheartened about? In order to create something in the future, it has to be it's like the act of creation is a conflation of something in which existed in the past in order to create something new in the future. I missed the aspect about how you felt disheartened by the act of creation in that context.
Coming from a frame of my younger self, I felt very inspired to create something new. Whether it was music, I wanted to create a new type of music, or new songs, new concepts, or just with anything. I wanted to create something new that hasn't been done before, something special. My categories, my concept of new was something that hasn't been done before, completely brand new. And as I became older and wiser, I began to realize that that was not a reality. It was not even a possibility by my definitions, because everything that's created is created out of parts of the old. Anything that's created has been constructed out of recombining old things. So if I continue with the concept of I will be unhappy unless I create something new, and my concept of new is something that has never been done before, I will remain bitter. But if I change my definition of creating something new, if I adjust my definition of the concept of new, I might have a better time in that creation process and also with my emotional life.
Yes, because the quality of your life is the quality of your emotions, right? And you're saying you were able to surpass that because that was a limiting belief that you had from your younger self that was still kind of lingering into where you are now? You've broken past it, or that's something you're working on now?
Yes, I've thoroughly accepted the fact that that's not a reality in the way that I thought it was. What I do know is that most people that create new things are usually overlooked, stepped on. The old saying says you can tell who is the originator of a thing because they've got a bunch of arrows in their back.
Yes, sir.
We can just look at reality and see that it's not the innovator, it's the people who take that innovation and make it better. Now, I'm not saying it's right, but I'm definitely saying that's the way it is.
Mm-hmm. And perhaps maybe the disheartenment that you felt at that moment in time with that realization is serving as a purpose for you now, as a catalyst to propel you forward with a lesson that you can learn in a reflective context to share with others. or somewhere on your journey of growth, right? You can see perhaps there's just some residual kind of emotional imprint that's in you, or some type of programming in your subconscious mind with a paradigm that you could potentially shift. I know you said that you've kind of accepted that and are moving in a new direction, but I'm curious to see how you would use that new perspective to propel you forward, regardless if it's something that's important enough for you to mention at this moment in time, or, well, relatively speaking, there's a purpose for it, right? It's growth along your journey.
And like I was saying in this video also, it's not even simply just the concept of new or whatever. It's also the goal that has to be respected. I can say that in my past, my goal was that I wanted to be acknowledged for being special. I wanted to be acknowledged for being unique. I wanted to be acknowledged as someone who's intelligent and creative. That was my goal in the past. So you can see how I felt disheartened because I come to realize that there's nothing new under the sun. Yeah. Anything new had to be created out of something that's already been done. So if my goal is to be special and unique, that won't fit in a paradigm where there is no such thing. In those terms.
Yes.
In adjusting my goal, hell, if my goal is to make money and become profitable in social media, suddenly I don't care so much about who created what. Now I care about what works. And all in all, there's the goal, there's the interpretation, and then there's the results, right? What are the results telling me? The results tell me that if I take what's popular, what's trending, what people are already spending money on, and I replicate that, and I sell that same fidget spinner, that same barbecue glove, or whatever it is that is trending right now on TikTok, if I sell that same thing, I start to realize very quickly, nobody gives a fuck about who created what. All people care about in terms of sales is what's going to satisfy their immediate needs.
I was just about to say it would, with that segment of that audience, so to speak, that consumer, it would seem with that example, they would have a need for significance in a way, right? Because that's a hot new trending thing. And that's when you break this down into needs, with the last word that you said would be, well, significance. I'm not going to say all of them anyway, but significance is one of the top ones, right? It's right up there.
So, you got that gray book, right?
I'm going to say 4 words: honey baked barbecue beans. That's all I'm saying.
Well, Amar is a very good, Mr. Mars here is a very solid student of that author. But yeah, it's consumer psychology is a branch of study in itself, and that's what I've recently embarked upon. TikTok consumer psychology, believe it or not, that's a whole thing that I've been looking into lately. Because I'll be honest, man, I'm so exhausted from doing what I've been doing. I love the YouTube, I love teaching, I love the stuff that I talk about. That's not what I hate. What I hate is having to keep up with trends. I hate having to do the memes and the reels and all this other shit. Like, that's not what I got into this for. And the fact that I have to do that in order to get followers and to get people to pay attention, I'm burned out from that. So I'm looking upon different avenues. And one of the avenues is TikTok consumer psychology. And what I'm finding is that it's extremely impulsive. It's not even about what I need. It's all about, I saw it, it looks cool, I want to buy it right now. It's almost like a subculture of, I mean, we all do it. Any of us who have a phone and a little bit of money not a lot, a little bit of money, you're gonna see something on social media and you're probably gonna buy it if you like it.
I have a question.
We're all, yeah.
You keep on triggering me to ask questions, man. Oh, and I'm eating food now, so it's really interesting. But isn't that a fucking bloody market?
And what do you mean by that?
You know what I mean. TikTok.
I think I know what it means, but I would, like I said with Alora, I can't answer the question unless I understand the question.
Yeah, okay, cool. So I ask people all the time that when you want something that's in today's society, it has to be what do you call it now? Sticky. So it has to be a little juice in it behind it, right? I guess it is. Things that are accessible aren't sticky. People don't want accessible things. They want unique things. And people want things that you could provide them that other people can't. And that's what's valuable to people nowadays. Because people's value, where are people's value points at? Especially after COVID. That's the conversation. You know what I mean? People ain't playing no more. People have what they want. It's all, you can do what you want to do, but not have no background upon it, right? Everybody wants to be in a bloody market. I call it a bloody market because everything's bloody at this point. You have to make your own niche. You gotta make your own flow.
It all entirely depends. It depends on your goal. It depends on your goal. Depends on your perspective.
Now, I'm gonna go back to what you said real quick. Everything has always been created our ways. You just gotta figure out what's in the cycles. What's in the cycle? You know, what's that is important.
Human behavior is extremely predictable, and there's a valuable skill in being able to predict the direction that the masses are moving into. And the masses are fickle. They don't stay in one place for too long. But if you pay attention, you can track what direction they go. Today they want fidget spinners. Tomorrow they want yoni steams. Next week they're gonna want apples that grow in a square shape. The interest of the consumer is going to shift. What makes a person successful is being able to predict those patterns. And they are predictable. And you're right, it is a bloody market if you don't have the details. Yes, it is a bloody market if you don't have the details. So when I say I'm studying and I'm learning how to identify the details. Even though TikTok is extremely saturated, it's not about what, like I said, it's not about being unique and special and coming up with something new. It's about finding what's already working. But there's a span of the beginning, middle, and end of that working phase. And if you can identify when something is working before it hits that middle phase, you have a chance to profit. But if you figure it out after your friends and family tell you, that's a telltale sign that it's at the end. That's what they used to say about crypto. They say that you can tell a coin is about to die when
I think you got something that's ahead of the game.
They used to say about crypto, people who have no business talking about that coin will start talking about that coin. That's when you know it's dead. When the knucklehead up the street is telling you about doggy coin or whatever, it's done. It's a wrap. Because by that time, it has gotten so widespread that initial time of profit has passed already. But we can apply that to anything.
Yeah. That's trends in markets. That's interesting.
Oh,
something
yeah.
you can't control is pace, baby. You hear me? Something you can't control is called pace, baby. People still be like a snare, be like a what they call like a tortoise in the hare. You know what I mean? Which one's gonna survive out the other? I'll tell you that much.
Oh, goodness. All right, guys. There's two things that I'm going to do from this point. I'm going to fire up my grill, and I'm going to slap some meat on top of it, and I'm going to eat it. And I'm also going to play some Fortnite. So, if you're someone who plays Fortnite, and you fancy yourself joining some of our matches, feel free to hop in with Travis Magus. If not, that's all good. We got a trio going. But otherwise,
slap it a dub.
We're gonna try at least.
Nah, you're not gonna try. We're executing. We got the fucking framework, man. Come on, man. I'm gonna go to my friend tomorrow.
Again, criteria.
Beat him up with this shit. I'm gonna beat him up with this
concepts and
shit.
Categories.
I'm gonna
to me, it's not even about. It's not even about dubs for me anymore. Like I like to be able to show off my prowess of being able to survive and to escape and revive. You know.
That's what I find the most interesting. But why people have two different things, man? He's ready to do something different. He gets a so different zeal off the game of getting dubs. My friend is so similar, and I'm like, what the fuck? Why? But I see why now. You told me the other day. It makes so much sense. I'm gonna beat him up with such another way of interpreting him with my best friends. I'm gonna do something different, you know. And so, thank you. And I might, yeah, that's interesting. I appreciate that, and blessings. Whoever had a great night. Travis, all the way. Get it,
thanks, guys.
Get
appreciate
it, man. Keep it coming back if it works, right? Supposedly, right? That's what they tell you, all right? I know.
I've been having a rough time, and I appreciate all of the positive comments on my last video and all the well wishes and everyone who's reached out to me. I appreciate very much your love.
You are loved, bro. Know that first, because I think you gave everybody in this conversation to even get the strength to come up. So thank you. Shit. Thank you. Much of me talking about shit. Thank you, telling. Everybody can say everything they want to say, but I think we all appreciate the time, and that's all that matters, because it's time. And we all understand that. When you sit with yourself a little bit, you'll understand that one, right? Just a little bit. You don't gotta do all that extra stuff. Just sit with yourself. You'll find yourself. So I appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you for the talk, bro. That was nice.
Thank you for hopping on. It's been a long time, man. Don't be a stranger.
For real, I'm definitely want to like come sooner and more often.
I'm gonna have to message you every Thursday like I do somebody else in this chat.
Yeah, man. It's time, man. Bring that shit. I'm telling y'all, man. Woo! It is the time. If not, it's time for you.
Greatly appreciate everything that you do there, Trev. Very, very much.
Yeah, I definitely would not be anywhere like I would not be where I am right now, like doing the things that I'm doing if I didn't like join the group and like, meet you like 2 years ago. That's
fucking facts.
Oh yeah.
Has it been 2 years?
Yeah, it's been 2 years, bro.
Transformations.
Almost 14 months old now.
Transformations. Whew, that's crazy, bro. 2 years. It really has been 2 years.
Like,
And
maybe like a year and months.
Like months almost, right? You feel like you just blunk your eyes twice. For real, I remember that. I remember when I got into it, was about 3 years ago. You know what I mean? I didn't read all y'all. Bless up.
I've been wanting to do a reunion show with like a lot of the people from like 2 or 3 years ago.
That'd be dope. I'm gonna come out to it.
Oh, I'm thinking about that.
I feel like I definitely would have come out like to see you sooner, but then I had a son, so I'm staying over here for a while.
All good. How's he doing?
He's doing great, bro. He's basically he learned how to walk recently, so it's basically over. He's too mobile now.
Yeah, enjoy it now, man. Take him everywhere you can go. Put him on your back. Take him everywhere. Put him on your back, bro. You already know.
Yeah, I'm excited though, because like I've been like planting so many seeds. Like it's like I don't want him to get older, but I do want him to get older because like I want to see like what he's gonna be able to do.
I can tell you this from like the NLP standpoint, man. If you can use time dilation and your memory or whatever, it doesn't have to go by fast. When my son was an infant, I saturated every moment, and I can tell you, I do not have that feeling that people talk about where, oh, they grow up so fast. Like, nah, I saturated every moment. And right now, when he's in his ages of like 6 and 7, 8, I'm not with him as much as I'd like to be. But when he is spending time with me, again, I saturate. That's my best word. I make sure that as much of that time that I can, I it's like I'm like a sponge and I'm soaking it in. And it's mostly for me, right? When we think about our relations to other people, we try to make it as if it's for them, but it's mostly for us.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like when I like I'll be telling like, oh, like hug Dada. Like that's definitely like I'm telling him to hug me. Like, yeah.
And ain't nothing wrong with it because we're human beings and we deserve to enjoy these moments as well, right? We deserve to enjoy these moments as well.
Yeah, definitely.
And not at the expense of someone else's suffering or downfall. I know that my absorption of the time with my son also benefits him because...
Oh, that's what it was. I just thought... Sorry, I don't know. I'm muted. Sorry. Time dilation. You made me think about something.
Yeah.
Damn, bro. That was some shit. Time dilation. I don't know. I was unmuted. Shit. Sorry. I apologize, sir. Jeez, that's crazy. When you're talking about time dilation, and we're talking about you talking about time in the forest, right? Specifically, I can know times where I meditated. You know what I mean? What like the first diagram we talk about cycle, and we talk about putting our hands in these different bowls, right? Mm-hmm. I can go back to a time where I was in a warm state, right? It instantly acted with a time dilation because it's such a memory that was so impressed on me. You know what I mean? So I can reactivate it, right? So I don't know. There's a thought process with time dilation, which you like. I wanted to get that out too when you said it earlier too. How that's very important that we can hold memories, and those are specific dilations in the we call it. Let's get funky with the multiverse. You know, where I was sitting at a present point in reality, which is all in the past, present, in the future, right now, present, now, right? Or not even now, maybe in the past or the future, who knows, right? All about perspective, right? That dilation right there, we just said, is very important, I think, right? I just like that one right there. Trigger that one right there. And I'm like, ooh, how do we sit in that? That is a. Oh, I don't want to say the words, man. I said too much already. The overcycling art, stakes. I guess nobody's talking. All I would say is, you are your environment. Understand your environment. And hey, guys, it's all about you putting the work in. That's all I gotta say. You are your environment. Get past it, bro. Get through it. We're all here together. And hey, one step at a time. Do the work.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And Richard, you asked for the link to this music. I will definitely send it. Just give me a quick second.
Thank you very much.
Doing a lot of shadow work right now. I think that may or may not be obvious, But perhaps we'll be talking about more of those concepts here. Shadow work. In the meantime,
I think that fits part of the theme. You know, a lot of people experience the need to do things like that around this time of year, right? So I think a lot of people would benefit from sharing concepts like that.
It's kind of funny, before I made that live stream, I actually talked it to myself. And I do some live streams like that where I just talk it out. Of course, the first version was way more intense than the resulting version. But part of it had to do with some of the steps that I've taken, some of the steps that I've ignored. And that's what I hope to revisit this time around with the shadow work. Here's the link.
I watched that video, like right when you mentioned it, like stuff, and I think that you posted one. But to do, since like I know like your 7th house lords in the 5th house, that the moon meditation, the like Sanskrit, like each phase of the moon has a Shakti attached to it, and then I sent you the mantra of it on my other Instagram account. I think that will help.
Okay.
Just because of how it's like to do with the moon, and like that's like prominent in your chart.
Hey Mars, you said this was a Vedic mantra that corresponds, like a mantra that corresponds with Vedic astrology, the moon placement.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's each of the like moon phases have basically like a mantra.
Cool. You ever tried the Adi Shakti?
Which one is it? Which one is that? Like, I'll probably be more familiar with like not the title of it, but if I'm familiar with it, it's like the like what the mantra is, or the sound of it, basically.
The extent that I know is that it's the all in the I don't know very much about it other than it's a Vedic mantra for activating the divine feminine to help balance and regulate emotion, is my understanding.
Oh no, I'm not.
That's why I thought perhaps you may have heard of it.
I don't think I'm familiar with that one.
All good.
Specifically.
All good.
Yeah. Yeah, the one that was from, I think his like YouTube channel. His name is like Raja Chaudhry. He's like a bald Indian guy. It's like Academy of 1,000 Suns or something like that. But it's like the vowel sounds, like the whole mantra is like vowel sounds. So it's not it's like the what is it? Like the root mantra. I forgot what the Sanskrit word for it is. The Bij mantra.
Yeah, the Bij.
The moon phase. Yeah. So you could go back to like that day, see the full moon. It would be like the Chitra face in that video, and then like whatever the moon phase today is, it's like the 3rd or 4th waning. And like
All
also
right.
it's waning. Oh yeah.
No,
you good.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say like waning moons is just like you do like away from meta programs because that's when the moon's waning. Or like away from techniques and like shadow work. Like you design it away, it'd be more in the cycles. But yeah, I know you gotta go. So thank you, bro. Appreciate it.
Thank you, and I hope everyone has a great evening. This is the last broadcast of the year for Travis Magus. Perhaps I'll see you again in 2024, and let us make 2024 our most prosperous year. And I don't just mean money. I mean like in all fields of our life that we care about, whether it's productivity, whether it's about being closer with our family and our friends, whatever abundance and productivity means to you. I'm looking forward to see your positive comments leaning towards the fact that it has been that for you. 24. And I don't mean that as a damn New Year resolution. Like, honestly, I'm just fed up with not achieving the things that I want. And I don't just mean physically, I mean emotionally, internally. And the only reason I'm not achieving the things that I want internally is because my concepts, my categories, my processes are not situated so that I can allow it to happen. Reality is a mirror. I think you've been able to prove that to yourself more often than not. Reality is a mirror. So if you're not getting the things that you want, adjust that mirror. Adjust how you see the world. So, here's to the best year yet.
Bink. Cheers. Best year yet. Prosperous 2024.
The best year. Yes. Best year so far. Not ever, but so far.
I'm gonna hop on the next Thursday one.
All right. I try my best to do it at 8 p.m. Eastern, but you know, there may be an hour difference. All right, I'll try to hit you up ahead of time about what the subject's gonna be, but yeah, looking forward to seeing you there.
Appreciate it, bro. Thank you. Peace.
Peace. See you next live stream.
Yes,
Peace,
sir.
Mars. Peace, Trev.
Peace. I see my camera's acting a little strange, but I wish you all the best. Thank you for being here. I guess I gotta get this right. There we go. Alright, so this is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. I love you.